The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Sutton.
Well, good morning, friends. Allow me to pray for you. Father, we thank you for another day to work for the people of Kansas. We're grateful for their confidence in us and pray we'd always be found making decisions based upon your righteousness. You have said in your word, righteousness guards the one whose way is blameless. So allow us to walk in such a way as to find favor with you, especially when we fail to please others. Your word proclaims, "Come unto me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Well, we really need some rest today, Father, yet there is still work to be done. So give us strength where weakness prevails. Heal bodies which have encountered sickness and accidents. Let patience have its full sway in deliberations. Give insight into that which seems difficult to understand. Allow reasonableness and good decision-making to be manifested in all we say and do. And might transparency be woven into all we encounter as we do this unique work. I pray for our national leaders, and I'd ask that you grant them ability to make decisions which will be good for all the people. Pray for our state leaders, the governor and her staff, the president of the Senate and his staff, and our own Speaker of the House and his fine staff. Before time began, you knew about today. You knew about all we would encounter and the decisions we need to make. So would you allow wisdom to flow abundantly as we work to discern the correct path to follow? I pray and ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. The flag. United States of America. Stands indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. House Bill 2125 appears on the consent calendar for the second day. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, it will remain on the consent calendar for the third day. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of final actions. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HB 2030 by the Committee on Transportation, and Act concerning motor vehicles.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2030. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Chuck Smith votes aye. Are there any further changes? Representative Carr votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2030, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2033 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2033. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative McDonald.
I am compelled to vote no on this legislation because it is yet another attempt for the Kansas Legislature to usurp the authority of the State Board of Education, which already has an established process for adding new curriculum to the list of an at-risk educational programming. I respect the Kansas State Department of Education's authority over determining which programs qualify for at-risk funding. Representative McDonald, Representative Schlingensieben, Haskins, Simmons, Carr, Featherston, Hoskin, Alcala, Martinez, Melton, Martinez, Minix, or no, I'm sorry, Miller, sorry, Owsley, Brownlee Page, Carmichael, Mosley, Carlin, Osmond, Vaughn, Neighbor, Weigel, and Ruiz. And there's one other I can't decipher, sorry.
When signing, make sure you write it in a legible manner. Thank you. Are there any further explanation of votes? Are those explanations or are those changes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Shu votes no. Representative Osmond votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 89 having voted in favor and 32 against the passage of House Bill 2033, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2047 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning motor vehicle liability insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2047. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2047, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2086 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2086. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Roth votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2086, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2087 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2087. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2087, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2088 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning housing.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2088. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Owsley votes no. Representative Butler votes no. Representative Carr votes no. Representative Featherston votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Haskins votes no. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Representative O'Hobbesome votes no. Representative Lewis Ruiz votes no. Representative Schlingensiepen votes no. Representative Neighbor votes no. Representative Weichel votes no. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Riley votes yes. Representative Schwertfeger votes yes. Representative Miller votes no. Any further changes? Representative Woodard votes no. Any further changes? Representative Amix votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Representative Weigel votes no. Representative Collins votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 82 having voted in favor and 39 against the passage of House Bill 2088, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2102 by Committee on Education, an act concerning school districts.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2102. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Delperdang votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2102, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2113 by Committee on Water, an act concerning water.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2113. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carr votes aye. Representative Francis votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 106 having voted in favor and 15 against the passage of House Bill 2113, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2119 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning taxation.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2119. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Reducing housing supply will only raise rents on our current constituents. I vote no.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Humphreys votes aye. Representative Rozier votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 85 having voted in favor and 36 against the passage of House Bill 2119, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2128 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2128. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2128, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2160 by Committee on Local Government, an act concerning municipalities.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2160. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Neely votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2160, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2164 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2164. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Stand by. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative McNorton votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 97 having voted in favor and 24 against the passage of House Bill 2164, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2166 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Open Records Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2166. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Butler votes aye. Representative Chuck Smith votes aye. Representative Cywert votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2166, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2172 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning water.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2172. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 109 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of House Bill 2172, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2177 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning motor vehicles.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2177. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reached out to my sheriff, 2 active police chiefs, and 2 retired police chiefs, as well as the FOP to discuss this bill and get more clarity. What they all did point out to me, this doesn't address the internal policies of a pursuit, when to stop or start, only increases the penalties for those that flee or attempt to elude. For those reasons, I support H. Bill 2177.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative McNorton votes aye. Representative Estes votes aye. Representative Barth votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none. With 94 having voted in favor and 28 against the passage of House Bill 2177, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2183 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2183. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2183, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2219 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning the healing arts.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2219. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Blex votes aye. Representative Francis votes aye. Representative Butler votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2219, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2221 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning state funds.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2221. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2221, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2242 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning federal jurisdiction.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2242. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Meyer votes no. Any further changes? Representative Owsley votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 112 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of House Bill 2242, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2246 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning health and health care.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2246. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Hubert votes aye. Representative Weigel votes no. Any further changes? Representative Nguyen votes no. Representative Rajes votes aye. Representative McNorton votes no. Representative Sywert votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 80 having voted in favor and 42 against the passage of House Bill 2246, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2249 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning rural emergency hospitals.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2249. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2249, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2255 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning weights and measures.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2255. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Bohai votes aye. Representative Blex votes aye. Representative Woodard votes aye. Representative Amix votes aye. Representative King votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2255, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2263 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning roads and highways.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2263. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wassinger votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2263, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2273 by Committee on Veterans and Military, an act concerning veterans and military.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2273. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2273, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2274 by Committee on Veterans and Military, an act concerning occupational licensing.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2274. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2274, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2275 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2275. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2275, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2289 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor vehicles.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2289. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 6 against the passage of House Bill 2289, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2307 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health and healthcare.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2307. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2307, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2311 by Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care, an act concerning children and minors.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2311. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote no on House Bill 2311. Allowing state-sanctioned discrimination against the LGBTQ+ population is not the right approach to alleviate stress within the child welfare system. Rather, we should focus on reducing the number of children in foster care by helping families access the supports they need. I'd like my words spread in the journal.
The speaker recognizes Representative Esau for an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the right of religious freedom of potential foster or adoptive parents being reinforced in statute, while of course considering what is in the best interest of each child, is a reminder of just how important this freedom is. Therefore, I vote yes.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Rozier.
The idea that politicians control DCF's ability to act in the best interest of children is a clear violation of our scope of government. Politicians don't decide placement. HB 2311 will ensure that LGBTQ+ youth live with compatible families. We have an opportunity to protect available and qualified family-based foster homes who are qualified and willing to help, and no family should be discriminated against based on values that are shared in and out of religious groups. This bill will help achieve timely legal placement for foster children by increasing the number of foster families, a clear win for Kansas. Signed, Representative Rozier, Penn, Turk, Getz, Howe, Blex, Bohai, SC, Barth, Hill, Wassinger, Beeler, Brantley, Van Houten, Ishney, Berquist, Resman, Cywert, Droege, Goddard, Wilborn, and there's a few others I couldn't read, sorry.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The almost 6,000 children in foster care in Kansas need a wide array, a diverse range of qualified adoptive and foster homes, all races, religions, beliefs, and locations, as long as they are willing, qualified, and stable. HB 2311 preserves the best interests of the child standard and placement decisions, and it also preserves the right of citizens to exercise their First Amendment right in the public square. I vote yes on HB 2311 because no qualified person or family should be excluded from participating in child welfare system because of their religious or moral beliefs.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we want to increase access to foster homes, I would encourage the body to repeal the 2019 law that allows religious adoption agencies to turn away potential gay custodial parents. This bill only throws into question the best interests of the child standard, has the potential to harm LGBTQ youth, and therefore I vote no against House Bill 2311.
Any further explanation of votes? Seeing none, does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Helgerson votes no. Representative Mosley votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 86 having voted in favor and 37 against the passage of House Bill 2311, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2312 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2312. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2312, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2323 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning fraudulent insurance acts.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2323. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Tarwater votes aye. Representative Turk votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2323, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2327 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Secretary of Corrections.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2327. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2327, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2333 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2333. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 100, Representative Waymaster votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 6 against the passage of House Bill 2333, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2334 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2334. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mosley votes no. Are there any further changes? Seeing none. With 113 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of House Bill 2334, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2335 by the Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2335. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2335, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2340 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning hazardous materials.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2340. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Barth votes no. Representative Roth votes aye. Representative Haskins votes no. Any further changes? Representative Ballard votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 94 having voted in favor and 29 against the passage of House Bill 2340, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2342 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning the Secretary of Commerce.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2342. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2342, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2343 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning economic development.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2343. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Melton for an explanation of vote.
Thank you. When people purchase a home, they look at their neighbors and are expecting neighbors and not businesses. While I'm not opposed to some home-based business that are regulated within the city or the county in which they're located, I'm opposed to removing the voice of the community and local government, circumventing home rule. This removes the voices of the local communities as well as from local elected officials. Commissioners, city councils lose their power to represent their districts. I oppose the unintended consequences this bill brings, and for that reason, I vote no on House Bill 2343.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? The speaker votes aye. Representative Wilburn votes aye. Representative Roser votes aye. Representative Chauncey votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 74 having voted in favor and 49 against the passage of House Bill 2343, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2365 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health and health care.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2365. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2365, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action. The clerk will read.
HB 2371 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning business entities.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2371. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative O'Hobbesome votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 112 having voted in favor and 11 against the passage of House Bill 2371, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the Speaker appoints Representative Turner to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, everyone. We have a full day ahead, so let's get started. The first item of business is HB 2254. For the purpose of carrying HB 2254, the chair recognizes Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a committee amendment. I move the adoption of the committee report.
Mike. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Giddy up, Buttercup. HB 2254 would direct milk producers to hold in trust the proceeds attributable to a purchase of raw milk from a milk producer. This essentially says to creditors that in an event of a default, such proceeds must go to pay a dairy farmer first because those funds belong to the farmer and are not subject to a lien or security interest of a creditor. The one committee amendment was technical. It corrected a typo. There were 3 proponents: Kansas Farm Bureau, Kansas Livestock Association, Kansas Dairy Association. I will stand for correct questions at this moment.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill that protects our dairy farmers. I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, Representative White, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2254 favorably for passage as amended.
You have heard the motion by Representative White to report HB 2254 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is HB 2060. For the purpose of carrying HB 2060, the chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2060 makes changes in statute in reference to the Judicial Branch Chief Information Technology Officer. It comes to us at the request of the Judicial Branch. It does not change any policy. It simply makes conforming changes to law related to the duties of the Judicial Branch CEDO, changing references such as each judicial agency to the Office of Judicial Administration, and similar cleanup of wording and references. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Guess not. The chair recognizes Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we reviewed this bill, I thought it was a great bill, and I do appreciate the judiciary coming to us with this and helping us clean up things that need to be done. Greatly appreciated, and I do agree with this bill. Thank you, and I hope everybody votes yes.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Esau, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2060 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Esau to report HB 2060 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is HB 2238. For the purpose of carrying HB 2238, the chair recognizes Representative Hellwig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report HB 2238.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a fairly straightforward bill. It would transfer the responsibility for preparing the minutes for each special committee, select committee, joint committee, and standing committee, whether the legislature is in session or out of session, from the Kansas Legislative Research Department to the Legislative Administrative Services. KLRD was a proponent, Legislative Services saw no problem with this. So with that, I stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you. The carrier of the bill did a great job outlining this. I would flag for the body that there's a fiscal note that we did not have a lot of time to discuss, but other than that, the bill is fine. I suggest you support it.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hellwig, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2238 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hellwig to report HB 2238 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is HB 2271. For the purposes of carrying HB 2271, the chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no amendments. So House Bill 2271 is basically a cleanup correction. It's part of an original bill that we sent over to the Senate. We approved it. We voted it through. It has to do with us having technology, computer technology set up in each one of the branches of government. And we sent that over to the Senate. Senate changed it from an open date and they put a sunset on it of July 1st, 2026. We are just, on every instance into that, we're just cleaning up and removing that sunset so we give them a little more time to set that up. I know we already have the initial people hired, but they still need a little bit more time to hire them. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Hello again. I would support this bill. I encourage you to support this bill with the note that there are some concerns from the Democrats on this committee about process. We went through numerous agenda revisions. Testimony would not be available. So I don't think it was properly vetted, but on its face, it appears fine. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the carrier would stand for a quick question. Thank you, sir. Just real quick. Did Elon have anything to do with this?
We did not see him in committee. No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Oropeza.
I'm up here to also convey and echo my remarks from the ranking on this committee. There were some possible amendments that were mentioned for clarifying certain definitions with this bill, but unfortunately, those were not addressed because they just weren't addressed. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the process was very much rushed. And unfortunately, I think there's a lot of things and details that we need to go through when we do deal with cybersecurity. And we all know it's a fact of not if, but when.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier of the bill stand for question?
I'll give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carrier, it's good to see that there are some members of the Republican Party that are either not racist enough that they don't mind coming to answer my questions or not so fearful they wouldn't either. Do you feel, sir, that we had properly vetted these bills and we had an ample opportunity to discuss them in committee?
Thank you for that question. The underlying bill that came through last year, which set this whole thing in motion, I think we did have some good discussion on that in committee and on the floor and going to the Senate. So basically, all this bill does is change the date where we had a deadline of July 1st, 2026, and takes that deadline away. So there was, other than just taking that sunset away, that's all that's in this bill.
Thank you very much, sir. As being a new member of that committee, I didn't sit on the committee last year, so I wasn't privy to all those other conversations. I would have to echo the comments of my colleagues previously that this was a very rushed process. We certainly didn't get an opportunity to see the testimony for a number of bills that ran that particular day. Certainly of the opponents of the bill, and I appreciate that my colleagues stood for questions. I don't necessarily see anything wrong with this bill, and I would encourage you to vote for it.
Members will be reminded not to impugn the motives of other members of the House in your comments. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Riley, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to close on this amendment and make a motion that when we rise in a report, we report House Bill 2271 favorably for action.
You've heard the motion by Representative Riley to report HB 2271 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is HB 2104. For the purposes of carrying HB 2104, the chair recognizes Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, body. HB 2104 is the bill sets a standard for school
Representative,
districts.
were there any amendments?
I do not believe so.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. The bill sets a standard for school districts to follow when teaching firearms safety. State Board of Education will create uniform curriculum guidelines, including accident prevention for districts that choose to implement these programs. The programs will vary by grade level. This is the important part of the bill. Can't hold up a prop, but it's a very short bill if you want to go read it. It's only one page. In kindergarten to grades 5, the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program or any successor program based upon the tenets: stop, don't touch, run away, and tell a grown-up. Grades 6 through 8, Eddie Eagle program or hunter education. Grades 9 through 12, hunter education or a successor program. Local school boards can decide if their district will offer a firearms safety education program. If they choose to implement it, they must follow the standard guidelines provided. Stand for questions.
Are there any members that wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I will be brief. There's just recently in the last 5 minutes was passed out some of the current guidelines in place by the Board of Education. So this is not the first time we've heard about it, but I wanted to make sure that you got a little bit of information from what is currently available and currently being implemented by the state of Kansas and our Board of Education, the school boards. It was mentioned that this would set a standard for firearms training. There is already a standard set in place, and there's some of it in front of you. One of them has my face on it, in case you get confused about which papers I'm talking about. This also suggested that this sets some uniform guidelines. Those uniform guidelines are also already in place from the Board of Education. It was also mentioned that the school districts can implement this. The school districts, all of them can already implement the current guidelines in place, which look a little bit familiar because the 4 tenets of the Eddie Eagle bill are stop, don't touch, leave the area, tell an adult. That's exactly the same wording that is already in place by the Kansas Hunter Education Firearms Safety for Parents pamphlet that I already passed out to you. There's also a little bit of information passed out where the districts would lose local control if this bill is passed. I urge you to read that one as well. I will not be voting for this because the school districts already have what they need to implement this. It was mentioned in committee, however, that there was a little bit of disdain for how few of the school districts are implementing firearms safety training. But it was also brought up in committee that there would not be any mandate or anything that would leave it up to the school districts. So I would argue that this bill is unnecessary because we already have all of the things that this bill would do already in place. So appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier stand for questions, please?
Yes, Representative.
Good morning, Representative. You know, before I ask my questions, I do want to commend you and your work as the MIC chairman of the K-12 Education Budget Committee. It was a really great experience this year, and I really appreciate the way you ran the committee, and I really wanted the whole body to know that, so thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Did you know that I was a Republican for 35 years before I became a Democrat?
I did not know that.
I don't think a lot of people do, but I still hold a lot of Republican tenets close to my heart. And one of them is the tenet of local control. And the Kansas GOP platform, Section 3, under respecting individual freedoms and liberties, says, and if you haven't read your GOP platform in a while, Republicans, let me remind you, it says local control should be preferred and considered when enacting laws and regulations. Larger government units, that would be us, should not interfere with local, more efficient and responsive solutions. Does that sound familiar, Representative?
Definitely.
Okay. So in this bill, We are not dictating that school districts adopt gun safety curriculum, but when we do, we are dictating which curriculum they must adopt. Is that correct?
You would be correct. They are able to opt out and not do a gun safety program, but if they do, this is the one that we would want them to do.
Okay, so we are, as a larger unit, overriding what State Board of Education members who are duly elected, what elected local school board members would choose to enact if they wanted to pick something different, yes?
There's a possibility to view it that way, yes.
Well, yes, they would not be able to choose anything else but this program if they implement one.
And I think this one is basically the one that is the most vetted, the best for especially K through 5. And so we are setting a standard that they may implement.
Know that they must if they implement one.
May on if they do, must if they do.
Okay, correct. And so you're saying that there is evidence-based best practices that say this is the program that has actual direct impact on gun safety and awareness?
Yes, and this is the one that's actually in the Safe and Secure Schools policy with KSDE as an evidence-based program for gun safety.
So I would like to point out with the information that's on your desk right now, that there are currently 56 school districts in the state of Kansas out of 286 that have different curriculum than what is mandated in this bill. Will they have to, in fact, change the curriculum that their locally elected school boards have already chosen to implement?
Yes, if they did something in K through 12, the only option in this bill is the Eddie Eagle program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering the questions. Body, I mean, you're either for local control or you're not. We had a bill not pass out of House Education on Monday with that specific comment that we don't want to dictate local control and what school boards are doing. You know what? I would be just as opposed to this bill if Moms Demand Gun Safety had their own curriculum and we were dictating that. Let's not override local units of government, what they choose to do that is the most efficient and responsive to their own school districts. I stand in strong opposition of this bill, I believe, for the 5th year in a row. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill step down for a quick question or two?
Sorry, Representative, I didn't hear you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a couple quick questions for you. How long has the Eddie Eagle program been in existence here in the state of Kansas?
I know we've been talking about it for over 6 years. I don't know you mean like the start of the national program? Or do you mean here in Kansas?
The program that's here in some of the school districts, how long has that been?
If someone has a point of order, could you come to the microphone, please, and make your point?
I'll get an answer for you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I apologize the interruption of the debate. I called the point of order because there was a need for decorum. We felt that the issues were becoming heated over there, and there was no way that I could decide of how we could get the Sergeant of Arms to come over and secure. And so that is why I called the point of order. All the other information can be talked about privately if you choose to. Thank you, colleagues.
Point of order.
Representative Carmichael.
Mr. Chair, while I did not observe everything that occurred, I heard exactly what happened. The members strolled through the Democratic seats using profanity, and in my view, from what I heard, was attempting to incite a fight. And I ask that the member be admonished never to do that again.
The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We are at recess. Nope, we are.
To the representative from Wichita, we will take your request under advisement. At this point, we are going to, the clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends HB 2271 be passed, HB bills 2254, 2060, 2238 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Turner to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it adopt the committee of the whole report favorably.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recess until 11:45 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're in recess.
Do that first? Do that first, okay. So. There's two here. Do they get one? I don't.
Oh, well, yeah, you will. All right. Yeah, it definitely. Putting in some. So we're gonna put Ron in here. Anything? What? Is everything still? I deleted. Otherwise, yeah, so we'll have a call to order, we'll have a Senate message. Oh, yeah, I took that out because yeah, so we'll have a Senate message. I took out, committee report. No, we can't, the committees haven't been meeting, so they can't. Yeah.
I left it in the issue. I'll just take it out.
Yeah, committees haven't been meeting, so we really can't have either of those.
And then
House will come to order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Alcala on a motion to change his vote on House Bill 2183 from final action this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you get a little older, you get a little slower. So yesterday, I marked all my bills with my notes on them, and then today we had the sheet where they were in order. So I was trying to find the order of my bills, where the chairman was moving pretty doggone quick. And so I wanted to vote no on 2340, but I ended up casting that vote on 2183, which yesterday was right above each other. So I want to change my vote to a yes vote, if you would please let me.
Representative, just to clarify, you'd like to change your no vote to a yes vote on which House bill?
2183?
Everybody has heard the request from the representative. This is something that requires unanimous consent of the body. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 5189, 139, 186, 241, 250. SB 51 by Committee on Commerce, an act concerning sales taxation. SB 89 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning agriculture. SB 139 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning banks and trust companies. SB 186 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal procedure. SB 241 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning restraint of trade. SB 250 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and healthcare.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Rogers to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good afternoon. Chairman recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion to refer House Bill 2104 to Fed and State.
This is a debatable motion. Anyone wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft to refer House Bill 2104 back to committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Same sign. Motion carries. Back to regular order. House Bill 2052. Stand by. At ease. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2052, the chair recognizes Representative Carpenter, Blake Carpenter.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. I need to go give this to the clerk real quick.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies, body. All right, so today we have before us House Bill 2052. And the origin of House Bill 2052 comes from my neck of the woods. There was a young lady who was 20 years old this last summer that went to get a provisional concealed carry license. And the provisional concealed carry license for the state of Kansas is those individuals that are 18, 19, and 20 years old. A standard concealed carry license is anybody that is over the age of 21. Well, the reason why we have two is because we did not want the provisional concealed carry license to impact the standard license in our reciprocity agreements that we have with other states that might not recognize the concealed carry of 18, 19, or 20-year-olds. So that is the reason why we have this bifurcated system, these provisional and the standard license. When she went into the DMV to basically secure, she'd done all the paperwork, she'd done the fingerprinting, she had taken the concealed carry classes, she had passed her firing test. When she went in, they said, well, I don't think you want to do this. And she goes, well, why? And the answer was, well, if you do this, you will not be allowed to get the standard license. So her father called me, and he was there with her, and he asked the question, hey, do you know if this is true? And I was, well, that doesn't sound right. Why would we prohibit somebody who turns 21 from getting the standard license, even if they have the provisional license? So I was like, okay, you know what, we'll get to the bottom of it, but just go ahead and fill out the paperwork. Well, after a few weeks worth of research and talking to the Attorney General's office, we have a problem. So if you are 18, 19, or 20 years old and get the provisional license, you have to hold on to that license until that license expires. So she will not be eligible for a standard concealed carry license until she is 24 years old. That does not make sense. If she has this right, has the ability as a 21-year-old to get the license, but she got the provisional before, or any 18-year-old that gets it, they can't get it until 2022, until they are 22. And so this is just fixing that loophole. That was never the intent of the law. That's how this bill came to fruition. That's how it started. Then, after that, additional conversations had happened and said, well, okay, since you guys are working on a concealed carry bill, the Attorney General's office came and asked us for a revocation and suspension portion of this bill, because right now in the concealed carry statutes, if somebody breaks a law or if somebody loses their ability to hold on or possess a concealed carry license, then there's actually nothing in our law that discusses the penalty for revoking or suspending that license and then not turning it over. So what this does is it now allows for a new penalty to go into effect that upon suspension or revocation of a concealed carry license due to them violating some sort of other law, then they have to give that license back, and if they do not, it's a $250 punishment. Third, there was another group that had a bill relating to concealed carry here in the body for the last few years, and it comes from law enforcement. This is something that we added to the bill per their request, because what it was is basically saying that law enforcement officers that are off duty, that go to specific venues or businesses, are being currently required to put down a number of information about themselves, whether it's their home address, a lot of information, but then it goes above and beyond just providing information for these law enforcement officers. They then have to wear some sort of special mark or insignia, armband, something to that effect, while they are at these events, while they are at these venues. And they are requesting that, hey, we don't have to do this any other time in which we are off duty. We conceal carry our firearms lawfully. We are law enforcement officers, and we do not necessarily want to be identified in these types of mass crowd environments. And so what we did is we basically provided for law that, hey, you go to the venue, you prove to the business, hey, I am an off-duty law enforcement officer, and then at that point, they allow you to conceal carry inside the venue as a law enforcement officer. And so that's what the overall underlying bill does. Now, there is one part of the bill that I have an amendment for that I would like to update. So right now in the bill, it does not have a notification requirement for those that are going to be turning 21. And so right now, if you are a concealed carry holder of a standard license, you get your renewal notice in the mail every 4 years, just before it's time to renew. And so what we are doing is saying, have the same practice with those that have a provisional license and send them a notice 60 days prior to their 21st birthday, notifying them that they will have the opportunity or ability to update or upgrade to a standard license. And so that's what my amendment does, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce it now.
The amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
On page 5 in line 3 after F, by inserting 1, following line 9 by inserting 2, the Attorney General shall notify by letter each person holding a provisional license at least 60 days prior to such person's 21st birthday that such person may apply for a standard license to be issued on the person's 21st birthday.
Representative, you want to explain?
I believe I already did, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand for questions.
Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This sounds good to me. I think it's a good idea.
Any other member wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Carpenter, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
For the motion by Representative Blake Carpenter to amend, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We're back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand for questions.
We're going to speak to the bill. Representative Miller.
Okay. I could just repeat what I just said. It sounds good to me. This whole bill, it obviously makes sense. I think they're, provisional license issue. It would suck if, I actually did have to wait a little bit past my 21st birthday to get my conceal and carry provisional transferred. So it is what it is. This would fix those issues. I don't really see any issue with that at all. I did have some constituent concerns about the law enforcement provision towards the end, but ultimately it's not problematic. I wouldn't want to have to wear something designating that I'm carrying a weapon either. So overall, I will vote yes on this bill, but definitely vote your district. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Blake Carpenter, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a firearm bill, right? All right, no, this is, no. Thank you for the ranking member on the Federal and State Affairs Committee. Sincerely appreciate your comments and remarks. Thank you for working with us on this language, making it a great bill. Mr. Chairman, I move that when the body rises and reports, that it reports House Bill 2052 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Blake Carpenter to report House Bill 2052 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chair for House Resolution 5006, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
It's right in front of me. Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move HCR 5006, appearing under the Order of Business General Orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft to report HCR 5006 to move HCR 5006. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item is HCR 5008. For the purpose of carrying the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
On an aside, I just wanted to say on a fiscal note that the Pope is doing much better today. HCR 5008 is a constitutional amendment to provide the legislature with the ability to revise or revoke rules and regulations adopted by the executive branch and officials. It clarifies the language from the previous constitutional amendment that was tried in 2022. This is the language that would be placed in the Constitution. The people's duly elected or appointed representatives and senators may revise or revoke administrative rules and regulations or any portion thereof by adoption of a concurrent resolution. This was on the ballot in 2022, and it did not pass by less than 1%. The language before was not clear. What we have done is not been able to revise, change, stop any regulation that any agency brought in front of us in joint administrative rules and regulations. In 1984, there was a lawsuit that was Stephan versus the Kansas House of Representatives. And it clearly said that the legislature did not have the right to tell the executive branch what to do. In part, they felt that this was separation of powers. But what happened, in fact, is that there became an explosion of the agencies starting to legislate by regulation. Unelected people were legislating by regulation. I can give you examples. And I know that my colleague will say this didn't end up happening the way it sounds. However, the Department of Labor came and literally tried to change workmen's compensation law. I looked at them as chair and said, this isn't right. All your other regulations are fine. You should be going to the judiciary. You should be going to the the Committee for Judiciary and talk to them and get them to change the law. You shouldn't have to make employers or employees search through regulations to try to figure out what the law really was. But in fact, that happens on a regular basis. We have had the Department of Agriculture come in and tell us that they believed they should make every county have a dedicated noxious weed director, which even 12 years ago was approximately $60,000 for each county. But I can tell you in western and in rural counties that the noxious weed director is not a dedicated noxious weed director. It's usually the road and bridge director and does noxious weed. They wanted counties that don't have a lot of money to begin with hire an additional employee just for noxious weeds. They are very obnoxious, noxious weeds. Don't get me wrong. It's important to have that. But we need to let them do what they wanted to. In that instance, they backed off and didn't do it. But those are the things, they knew I had no power to stop that. And I personally didn't have any power. But we have got to stop legislating by regulation. When we do legislation, we have the chance of not being reelected. That is democracy. That is representative government. Not people that you have no idea who they are, making laws and making decisions for you that don't make sense. This is not something that would be used a tremendous number of times. I don't want to tell people how to build roads. We don't want to tell people to do things that we have no business in being. But when you can see right in front of you that this is legislation, this changes the law, they should not be doing it. And we should have the opportunity to say, we need to take this back to the House and to the Senate and have them discuss it. This is not a partisan issue. This is we need checks and balances throughout our government. A vote, in the explanation of vote, it will say, a vote for this proposition would authorize the legislature to provide for legislative revocation or suspension of rules and regulations that are unnecessary, burdensome, and otherwise not beneficial to the public good. A vote against this proposition would allow the executive branch agencies and officials to continue adopting rules and regulations that have the force and effective law without oversight from your elected representatives to directly approve, revoke, or suspend such rules and regulations. This would be on the ballot in August 4th of 2026 in the primary election. It's time to stop legislating by regulation. It's not right. And they know it's not right. And you can see when they do it, you can see the looks on their faces saying, stop me. I don't want to stop people from making their rules and regulations. I want to stop legislating by regulation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions. I apologize for that.
Any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This HRC puts our system of checks and balances back into proper balance. Quite simply, it reins in the administrative state, which is, yes, administration, regulation, and lawmaking by unelected bureaucrats. I think the history of this is informative as to how we got here today. Our country started back more than 200 years ago with four departments. The War Department, which is now Defense, Justice Department, Treasury Department, and the State Department. The administrative state was virtually unknown back in the 18th century. And that more or less continued. But the seeds for the administrative state were planted in the late 19th century by an obscure political science professor, or actually he was at that time a PhD student in political science at Johns Hopkins University. His name, Woodrow Wilson. He wrote several tracts on his ideas about how our original constitutional system was inherently defective. He said that our system of separations of powers, systems of checks and balances, was a, quote, radical defect in our Constitution. He believed that the solution was to require the vesting of authority in a single locus, so that a single decision maker could, quote, decide at once and with conclusive authority what shall be done. Basically, he didn't trust the people. He thought we needed to be governed by professionals who knew better how we should live our lives. He then wrote in another tract called The Study of Administration, which was published in Political Science Quarterly, once again about the same time. Policymakers needed to engage in a, quote, administrative study to fix the problem of meddlesome public opinion. The field of administration is a field of business. Removal from the strife and messiness of politics. That was the seed for the growth of the administrative state, which then blossomed a number of years later in the 1930s with the New Deal. And in the 1930s, there were 69 federal administrative agencies created. In Kansas today, we have 137 agencies and boards, all administrating, all making rules, and none of them elected. So, what happened after the 1930s is that legislators continued to create agencies, give them authority, but they had a check on that authority at that time. And the check was known as the legislative veto. What they would do is the legislators, both at state and federal level, would pass a law, set up an agency, and then they would say, you can regulate, but we have the authority by simple majority vote of the legislative bodies that created you to rescind or revoke those regulations. And so it went. Essentially, there was, as I said, there was a seed planted, it grew. The people who planted the seed and made it grow also had a weeding device. They had a check. That continued until 1982. In 1982, the United States Supreme Court, in the case of Chadha, decided that no, this was a violation of our Constitution because the regulators were, quote, lawmaking, and the only way to rescind a law was to proceed through the lawmaking process, which is to pass legislation, get the president or the governor to sign. If he or she didn't, then you would go with the override. And the Supreme Court of Kansas in Stephens versus Kansas House of Representatives in 1984 followed Chadha, interpreting our Kansas Constitution in the same way. So since the early 1980s, we've had a system where the regulators could regulate free, essentially, to do what they would. I mean, you can think of it like this. When you get a call from your constituents, they say this, this regulation is interfering in my business. It makes no sense. What you have to say to them is, well, I agree with you. I can go to my colleagues in the House or the Senate and we can pass a law. But in order for that law to become effective, you're basically going to have the boss of the of the regulator agree with you, agree with us, and that's not going to happen. So essentially, the Chadha decision, the Stephens decision, tied our hands. Now, one can argue about the wisdom of those decisions. In my view, the flaw in those decisions was that they didn't recognize the history that I've just gone over, which is how we didn't start with an administrative state. This is a new phenomenon that had been created over the last 200 years, and they simply didn't recognize that. And this proposed constitutional amendment, as I said, brings back the proper balance between the legislative and the executive branch, and it does it in a way that was done for 50 years between 1930s and 1980s. And so, colleagues, I think this is a very, very important proposed constitutional amendment. I will be out there explaining it to the people when we put it on the ballot, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HCR 5008. How I hate thee. Let me count the ways. Start with number one.
This is really loud here. Legislative oversight. We are usurping power from the executive branch, and I know probably no one here cares. We're consolidating power with the legislature at the exclusion of other branches of government, and that crosses a fine line as far as checks and balances go. Fine. Part two is the question of what we are. We are a part-time legislature. We are in session for 90 days, and you guys know this year 90 days feels a little bit tighter than most normal years. We don't have a lot of time for much of anything. So what happens during the other 275 days of the year that you would like to overturn agency requests or agency policies and procedures, and we don't have the time to do so. So we're gonna cram it into an already crammed in schedule to try to deal with it during the 90 days. But that's the biggest thing. Okay, so what happens during those other 275 days? The fact is, this is part three. There is no time period for look back. We can go back as far as we want to, and we can revise and revisit and erase policies and procedures of an agency at any point in time. That has a chilling effect on everything related to the government because nobody knows at any given time that we're going to just come back into session and just erase everything. That is terrible. But the last part of it, I think, is the most important in terms of what we need to deal with here today. And that is, we had an amendment in judiciary. And that amendment substantially changes the resolution. And the words that are presented to the voters do not match the resolution itself. So if you look at the explanatory statement, and it says a vote for this proposition would authorize the people's representative, which, by the way, I've never heard the term people's representative. I don't think it's a reference in the KSA, but fine. The people's representatives and senators to revise and revoke rules and regulations that are unnecessary, burdensome, or otherwise not beneficial to the public good. Sounds great, right? Except we've taken out all of the rationale as to why we might actually implement these things. We took them all out. The only thing left in the resolution is that the people's duly elected and appointed representatives and senators may revise or revoke administrative rules and regulations or any portion thereof by adoption of a concurrent resolution. That's it. Says nothing whatsoever about unnecessary, burdensome, or otherwise not beneficial to the public good. It only says concurrent resolution and it's done with. That does not match up. And I feel we are being disingenuous to the voters if we put this language on the ballot. For all of those reasons and more, I would urge you not to support this resolution. Thank you.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attempted to bring a conceptual amendment to this bill in committee, and because it was conceptual, did not have an opportunity to have that discussion. So with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
As amended by House Committee on page 3 in line 1 by striking all before the first comma and inserting November 3rd. In line 2 by striking primary and inserting general.
Thank you. Yeah, so as the clerk indicated, I think that we should change the effective date of this constitutional amendment from the primary election to the general election. Changing the Constitution is obviously a big deal. I don't think that this is something, you know, in a primary election, we have fewer voters who turn out, we have fewer voters who will have their voices heard. So if we are serious about changing the Constitution, I think we should have the greatest amount of Kansans weigh in as possible, which is why I therefore think it's important to move this to the general election. Something that hasn't yet come up is that we have actually seen this HCR in constitutional amendment before. This was on the ballot in 2022 and Kansas voters rejected it. So in my mind, this seems to be an attempt to bypass the will of Kansas voters, put it on a primary election ballot, have fewer people cast their votes and therefore attempt to get it on in that way. So I think if people are serious about bringing this back to the voters, that it should be done in the same way and it should be done in the general election. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number one, there are 7 or 8 constitutional amendments that are coming forward in the next year. You can only have 5 in one election. So some are going to have to be moved from other elections. So at that, I urge you to vote against the amendment.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Vaughn, you may close.
I close. I'll save my other remarks on the underlying HCR for after the amendment, but I would urge your support. I think this is important. I know there are a number of constitutional amendments, but as I said, I think it's important that we have the greatest number of Kansans weigh in on this issue if we're serious about changing our Constitution. Therefore, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Vaughn to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back to the bill. Chair recognizes Representative. Division's been called. Clerk will open the roll. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk, close the roll and take the tally. The yeas 36, the nays. We're done, right? Nays 36, I'm sorry, the yeas 36, the nays 82. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Sorry, Representative Vaughn, you have the floor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I am really sad to see that go kaput. I do feel like that would have been a positive change. I think there are a number of issues with this underlying bill. As the ranking member mentioned, I do think it's overly broad. In the amendment that was brought in committee, it completely removed all of the guidelines by which the legislature could revise or revoke a rule or reg. It completely opened it up to the will of the body. I think that is a dangerous, slippery slope. And there are no guardrails in place to protect the best interests of Kansans. I do also agree that this infringes on the separation of powers. Rulemaking is and always has been an executive function, and Kansans elect our governor because they want that governor to represent them and to oversee the state agencies. And those agencies, a key function is for them to do this rulemaking. I also want to point out, I think the existing process works, and that I think the example that the carrier of the bill gave proves that, actually. The rulemaking that we currently have undergoes public hearings, stakeholder input, and they're reviewed by the Attorney General's office before they are ever presented to the Rules and Regs Committee in the House. In the workman's comp example, that proposed rule and reg came to the committee. They said, we don't think this is good. We think this oversteps the authority of that agency. They sent it back to the AG, and the AG rejected it. So that process worked. The current process it is working the way it is supposed to. And in the situation that the legislature disagrees, they can already pass a bill in accordance with their position on any given issue. By passing this constitutional amendment, we are attempting to bypass the governor's constitutional role in approving or vetoing those laws. Kansans have already rejected this constitutional amendment in 2022, but for some reason, this body is choosing to ignore them. Instead, we're trying to push it through again, an election with fewer voters, where fewer people's voices will be heard. This is not only an attempt to bypass the constitutional role of the governor, it's an attempt to bypass the will of Kansas voters, and I therefore stand against HCR 5008.
Now the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HCR 5008. I understand that we're running behind schedule, but amending the Kansas Constitution is serious and important business, and I believe it is worth taking some additional time here to set the record straight and make sure that the school children of Kansas and others who may be listening to us receive an accurate recitation of what the law provides and what the facts related to administrative regulations, and in particular, the Department of Labor regulation, actually are. So I therefore beg your indulgence to allow me to go through some matters which are not probably as interesting to many people as some other issues that we discuss here, but in the long term, they are very important and consequential. I have been privileged to serve on the, pardon me, the Joint House-Senate Committee on Rules and Regulations now for approximately 10 years. I am probably the senior member of that joint committee. You have to be a little bit strange to enjoy studying rules and regulations, and I'll confess that I do believe that my service there is very important, and I'm proud to have served on that committee. I think the best place for us to pick up the story, though, is in 1984, roughly, with the decision of X. Rail Stephan on relation of Robert Stephan, the Attorney General, versus the Kansas House of Representatives. And as the representative from Finney County tells us, in that decision, it was determined by the court, following federal precedents and the precedents in many other states, that indeed the scheme that we had in Kansas at the time, which allowed for a so-called legislative veto of administrative regulations, was in fact unconstitutional. And in response to that decision, what of course we have not heard as of yet, but you'll hear now, Kansas passed an Administrative Procedures Act, which drew some very strict guardrails for the promulgation and adoption of administrative regulations. What the act of the legislature provided was that first, no agency can adopt any administrative regulation without the specific authorization of the legislature by means of a statute or the law. So if we do not give the Department of Wildlife and Parks, for example, the authority to implement a regulation or to promulgate a regulation, or for that matter, to promulgate any regulations, they have no power to write, enforce any regulation. The only reason that an agency has the power to, as my friends like to say, legislate, is because the legislature gave the agency that power. The second thing that the Administrative Procedures Act does that is at least relevant here is that it requires that before any regulation is given any consideration, any proposed regulation is given any consideration, that it must be submitted to the Department of Administration, the Secretary of State, but most importantly, the Attorney General. The Attorney General has the absolute power of veto over any proposed administrative regulation. Now, that power of veto has to be based, though, upon one of, as I recall, 2 or 3 things. The first and most important is that the legislature has to have given the agency the power to adopt the regulation. Those of us who serve in the leadership of the Joint Committee routinely receive letters from the Attorney General directed to various agencies disapproving proposed regulations because the legislature has not given the agency the power to do what they propose to do by regulation. In those circumstances, the regulation goes no farther. That is the end of it. It is only when the legislature gives the power to regulate that the regulator has the power to write a regulation. But the responsibility of the Attorney General is broader than just looking to see if it's authorized in the law. The Attorney General also must look to see whether or not the regulation is in contravention to or in violation, if you will, of existing court precedents. So if the court has already determined that what the agency proposes is unconstitutional or even contrary to existing law, the Attorney General disapproves the regulation, and that is the end of it. Now, if it makes it, the proposed regulation makes it past that hurdle, then amendments to the Administrative Procedures Act that we passed some years ago require that the Division of the Budget analyze detailed financial impact statements that must be filed by the agency. And if the Division of the Budget finds that the statements are insufficient or the amounts and the burdens on business is excessive, then the agency has to go through an entirely different hearing process to present justifications for the continued regulation. Only after all of those hurdles have been overcome does the rule or regulation come to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. We hear those regulations, every one of them. We review those financial statements, every one of them. We don't have the power to reject the regulation because that's a legislative power, but it's not one delegated to our committee. It lies in the hands of all of you as the legislature. So when we hold a hearing, we attempt to persuade. We attempt to question the agency representatives carefully, and we write a report. You say, well, why would it matter? You just write a report, it's filed. Well, it matters for 2 reasons. The first and the most important one is if the legislature reads the report and doesn't like the regulation, the legislature can adopt a budget proviso which prohibits the agency from expending public funds to administer or enforce the regulation. That effectively kills it. The second reason that it's important to read the report is if the legislature doesn't approve of the regulation, doesn't think it's good policy, thinks it's unduly burdensome for business, doesn't like the procedure, whatever reason, all the legislature need do is pass a law. Pass a law revoking the regulation or even revoking the agency's authorization to adopt any rules or regulations. I find it somewhat interesting that in view of a supermajority in the legislature in both houses of the opposite party of the governor, that we have yet to hear, much less pass, any bill revoking any regulation this year. My friends, you can do it. All you've got to do is send the bill over to the Federal and State Affairs Committee, and I'm sure the chairman will hear it, pass the bill, and if the governor doesn't like it, you just override or veto. And you've accomplished the purpose. You've got the power to do it now. Probably as importantly, you have the power when you pass the law to say the agency may, or unless you say the agency may adopt a rule and regulation, they can't do it in the first place. But if you want to restrict their power, then you put it right there in the law. You say the agency may adopt rules and regulations in furtherance of this statute or words to that effect. However, the agency shall not do X, Y, and Z. I can't remember a bill that we've seen this year that does that, and I can't remember a bill for several years that we've seen that does that. So if you don't like what agencies do, just don't give them the power to do it. And if you don't like what they've done, just pass a bill revoking the regulation. And if you don't like the governor not agreeing with your bill, then just override the governor's veto. But you don't need to amend the state constitution to accomplish your aims. And I'm sorry that we have to go on. No, really, I'm not. This is important work, and adopting a constitutional amendment is very important business. Some might argue it's amongst the most important business we do here. The example that we have repeatedly heard about a Department of Labor regulation is certainly not a reason to change the regulatory scheme, but rather is a sterling example of exactly how the process works. So let me tell you what happened with those regulations. The Department of Labor promulgated, I think it was 6 regulations concerning workers' compensation. I might be off, but roughly 6 of them. They sent those regulations to the Attorney General as required by the law. I believe it was our former Attorney General Schmidt, approved those regulations, all of them. That approval means that, number one, the legislature had given the power to the agency to adopt them. Number two, there were no conflicting court decisions, and I failed to mention earlier, the third criteria is there was no conflicting statutes. In other words, the Attorney General said the agency had followed the law that we passed. I frankly was surprised because I think the Attorney General was wrong. I think the Attorney General should have disapproved 3 of those regulations. But for whatever reason, the Attorney General did not. The bill came to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. We held a full hearing on the issues. And the night before the hearing, I think it was the day before, the Attorney General revoked one of his approvals of one of the regulations. After the hearing, the representative from Hayes, who I believe was serving as the chair at the time, if not the chair, the vice chair, by her report, contacted the Attorney General, and the Attorney General reconsidered 2 more of those regulations and revoked the approval. The agency respected the law, did not hold hearings on the regulation, did not take those 3 regulations forward. They never became an enforceable regulation. But the agency went further. They listened to what the Joint Committee did. And they decided to not even pursue the other 3 regulations which the Attorney General had approved. Instead, they backed up. They did exactly what we would hope would be done, They conferred with the so-called stakeholders, the people involved in workers' compensation law on both sides, both those for claimants and those for respondents, meaning employers and insurance companies, and with the assistance of the Commerce Committee Chair, there he sits, and many others. Meaningful negotiations took place, and those regulations, I believe, provided the impetus for the adoption of the significant workers' compensation reforms that we adopted last session by virtually unanimous votes in both houses. The agency did exactly what you would hope that an agency would do. They followed the law. They listened to the concerns of the legislature and the Joint Committee and the concerns of other stakeholders throughout the state. They sat down and in consultation and worked with the legislature, and as a result, we had significant changes to workers' compensation law that all of us can be proud of. So, this constitutional amendment is simply unnecessary. The Attorney General will, number one, make sure we gave the authority. And if you don't want agencies writing law through regulations, just don't give them the authority. If you've already given them the authority and you don't like what they do, introduce a bill and take the authority away, or rewrite the regulation for yourselves. You have the power to do that. And most importantly, number three, if you don't like the regulations that are proposed, come to the Joint Committee, make your concerns known. We will listen, the agency will listen, and we'll retrench, if you will. We'll back up, we'll work together, and we'll fix it. But you don't have to rewrite the Kansas Constitution. The people have already heard this, they've rejected this, and you should reject HCR 5008 as well. Thank you for hearing my words today.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unlike my friend from Wichita, I have not spent my days in courtrooms, and I can read the room. I used to teach first grade, so I figure you guys probably have about the same attention span, 5-6 minutes. Everybody in this room looks bored right now. But changing the Constitution is no small thing, so I would challenge you all to wake up for a minute and just hear me out real quick. Now, the Constitution limits us apparently to 5 attempts of amending it at a time. And I sat back there and I was trying to think, what would the reasons be for limiting us to 5 chances to amend the Constitution at once? And I would argue it's because changing the Constitution is not a small thing. Shouldn't be taken lightly. Do we really need to try to amend the Constitution 7 or 8 times this year? I think probably not. From a practical standpoint, I'm not really sure how this could be applied. I think we'd be micromanaging all of our agencies. I think it would impede efficiency. We would be injecting our politics into regulatory decisions. This would result in delays of critical regulatory actions. It would create instability. Sometimes I wonder in this building, we are in such a habit of creating needless litigation by the decisions we make. And to me, this is just yet another lawsuit waiting to happen. And it's because of decisions we are making right now. So again, is the chaos the point? When I go home tomorrow, I'm going to be getting ready to have a forum with my constituents in Overland Park with some of you. And I want to be able to say to them that when I come here, I don't waste their time or their taxpayer dollars setting up for future lawsuits. But I don't know if we can all say that when we go back home. This is a heavy burden that we have here. And changing the Constitution is no small thing. So I would encourage you to really look at this, really get creative. Like, what kind of damage could we do in this room? I would argue this, excuse me, I would argue this is some of the biggest damage we could potentially do, putting a monkey wrench in all of the day-to-day governing that happens by our agency. So I would encourage you to vote no. I do appreciate your attention, and I don't intend to go back to first grade, but I for sure am not going to become a lawyer to go to any court. So thank you so much for your attention.
We want to remind folks, no props, and stick to the bill in the commentary today. Thank you very much. Up next, the chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carrier of the resolution stand for a question? So I actually wish I had read this much before today because I think there's a lot of interesting things here. But in many ways, this is similar to the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to repeal regulations once a new executive administration comes into office. And there's a look-back period that they have so they have a window with which, but there's no timeline on this. There's no look-back period here. So and I heard you say you don't expect it to be used very often. So to clarify, is the intent here moving forward? So like, assuming it passes on the vote.
Thank you.
Let's just play that out. That it would be for regulations passed after that date. That's your intent here?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Speak on the bill, chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, sorry. When this constitutional amendment was brought up to my office a couple years ago, I heard about the boogeyman of the unelected state official, and I said, I value that unelected state official. Let me tell you who those unelected state officials are. Those, especially if you live in the Shawnee County region, those are your neighbors. Those are your friends. Those are the people you see at the grocery store. Those are the people you go to church with. In my house, that's my dad. And I'm not going to stand here and let my dad, who devoted his entire career to the Kansas Department of Transportation, and his colleagues be maligned as some boogeyman. My dad could have taken any engineering job that he wanted to in the state, as many of his colleagues could have. But they chose to serve the people of the state the same way that you and I do. I was just texting him now. He said when he retired, he oversaw regulations for roughly 92% of the highways in this state, $1 billion. And I would say he retired 15 years ago. So that's a lot of money that my dad's helped set regs for. It was, I'm going to look it up, it was for hot mix, seal, and surface recycling, and pavement that was non-concrete. So I'm not sure how many of you know we're blessed to get the education as a young child of cement versus concrete versus asphalt, but I'm going to guess most of you should not be interfering with regulations like that. We seem to think we can just do everything in the world, and God bless you for having that confidence, but I'm going to go ahead and put my confidence in trained professionals to make decisions with the oversight and partnership of this body and other administrators. I urge a no.
Other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Wassinger, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'm going to correct myself. This is really loud. First, I'm going to correct myself. We can look back at something that was meant to be a regulation, but was indeed something that should have been done legislatively. So I apologize for that. But I want to tell you that we are only one, I know. Okay, maybe that'll be better. We're one of 11 states throughout the nation that don't have legislative oversight. Have you noticed the rampant problem with the roads and all the difficulties we've had? That just is not, it's not even something to talk about. Also, we have modified our Constitution about 100 times since it was written. I believe it's a living, breathing document that we need to take care of. And there is no concern about letting the AG, thinking that the AG can take care of it. He just checks, that office just checks for constitutionality. They don't say yes or no. Nobody says yes or no. Right now, the only thing we have is if they have a budget that is too high, which we fought dearly for, we can look at it and we have to send it back to the budget director. Doesn't matter whether the budget director is Republican or Democrat. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HCR 5008 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wassinger to report HCR 5008 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business, SCR 1602. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move SCR 1602, appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft to report SCR 1602 back to committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. What's that? Are you right? Sorry. Passing over. I apologize. Opposed, not, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. For the purpose of House Bill 2299, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that House Bill 2299, appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item up for business, House Bill 2304. For the purpose of carrying, the chair recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2304 is a continuation of an effort that began in 2017 to bring greater transparency to Kansas regarding economic incentives. Just recently, the Department of Commerce identified $460 million in incentives given out in 2020, and then a 2023 legislative post audit revealed that HPIP, a very popular program, had a price tag of $3 billion over 3 years. Fast forward to 2025, and we're still not sure how much money is given away annually in economic incentives. Kansans have a right to know how money is distributed and to whom, and the fiscal impact on our budget. So we just made some updates to the existing law and kind of filled in the gaps. And just real briefly, some of those gaps including local incentives, so we can see the layered impact, adding years as a searchable option, providing incentive totals, and also providing reports back to the House and Senate Commerce Committees annually. I'll stand for questions.
Member wish to speak to the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an accurate job of describing the contents of the bill. I will let many of you know that a number of our local governments have objected to this bill. They see it as a sign of major overreach, and for that reason, I will be voting against it, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that when incentives are given at any level, there should be transparency. That should be something that is offered to all of us. We do have a right to know. We should have the expectation to know. It helps drive better policy. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2304 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Christy Williams to report House Bill 2304 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2228, sorry. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Representative James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there no amendments to this bill? I'm here before the body to present House Bill 2228. It's a bill that presented on behalf of the Department of Corrections. It was a bill that was ran last year and passed unanimously out of the House, made it to the Senate, and died in committee there. This is a bill that helps bridge...
Representative, hold on.
All right, we're back. All right, I'm going to start where I left off. Basically, the bill helps bridge incarcerated individuals re-entering into society by reasonably attempting to obtain necessary ID and employment-related documents before being released from prison. During the committee meetings, there were no opponents, no neutral testimony, and no proposed amendments. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, Representative Schlingensieben is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good bill. Again, it's an attempt to help folks who are getting ready to leave prison to have an opportunity to work and to live in the community with the proper documents. And so I would encourage you to support this bill. Thank you.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative James, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the body rises to report that it reports House Bill 228 be favorably passed.
You have heard the motion by Representative James to report House Bill 2228 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Now, House Bill 2134. For the purpose of carrying HB 2134, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. Body, I bring before you House Bill 2134 that has to do with charges that are and fees for Kansas Open Records request. And there's a beautiful thing about this bill. And what it is that we have had it several times before, and it just could never go anywhere because there were very opposing sides. And this time, the two sides came together, and we had quite a big amendment on the bill. And it's just a great thing that the opponents and the proponents could come together and really talk and come up with language that was okay with both of them. It mostly has to do with, again, as I said, fees that are charged for Kansas Open Records Acts. And the proponents was Kansas Policy Institute. The opponents were the City of Topeka, League of Kansas Municipalities, different people. And really, it's interesting because what has happened in open records is sometimes people request open records and they are hit with a huge fee and charges. Other times, people make unreasonable requests. Like to the City of Topeka, someone wanted to know every email that had the word elephant mentioned in it in the last 10 years. Unreasonable. So things happen on both sides. So what happened here was we had the bill, the sides got together, and they came together with language that they could all very much agree on of what would be fair. And part of what they agreed on was that they needed to communicate with each other if the fees ended up being over $200. So they had to make reasonable efforts to come together. And so that's really the gist of the bill, and I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job at describing it, and I was going to say the exact same thing. This is the way the legislative process is supposed to work. You get a bill, you have proponents and opponents, and sometimes it's not ready for prime time, and you try it again, and you try it again, and you mend it, and sometimes it requires getting everyone in a room and actually hashing it out and coming up with a resolution that works for everybody, rather than railroading it through. That's what we did here. This is a good bill. I recommend support. Thank you.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Humphries, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2134 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Humphries to report House Bill 2134 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, HB 2347. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sweeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee reports adopted. Please continue.
House Bill 2347, as amended, modifies Kansas theft laws by adjusting the required culpability for obtaining control over stolen property or services. Specifically, it changes the standard from requiring a person to know that property or services were stolen to a broader standard of having reason to know they were stolen. This adjustment is intended to strengthen enforcement against possession of stolen goods and enhance effectiveness of prosecution. Additionally, the bill originally proposed increasing the penalty for theft of a motor vehicle valued at less than $1,500 to a level 10 non-person felony. However, the committee adopted an amendment to remove this increased penalty, meaning theft of a low-value vehicle would not be subject to the heightened felony charge. During committee discussions, we received proponent testimony from representatives of the Wichita Police Department, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. They emphasized that the revised culpability standard would close a legal gap and that vehicle theft, even of low-value cars, imposes significant harm on victims. There is no opponent testimony, and it is not expected that these changes will have any fiscal impact on the state budget. I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it. HB 2347, it changed the provision to prohibit obtaining control over stolen property or services, knowing or having reason to know the property or services were stolen from another. And I agree with it, so I urge support. Thank you so much.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. This bill deals with a motor vehicle theft, is that right?
Yes, it does.
Grand theft auto? No.
It is not.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schlingensiepen.
I just want to make a general comment. Given the fact that we, may have to build a new prison in 10 years, I'd like to see us conceptually somehow think about creating a kind of pay-go for sentences. So that if we start adding sentences to all kinds of things, just to be clear, I'm in favor of this bill. That's not my point. If we want to add sentences somewhere, we got to take some sentences away somewhere else so that we can keep our prison population level. Just throwing that out there for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Sweeley, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2347 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Sweeley to report House Bill 2347 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2192. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move to the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
House Bill 2192 comes to the floor today from the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. HB 2192 limits and prohibits work release for people convicted of a second or third offense of domestic battery. The bill amends Kansas law that deals with the crime of domestic battery. This is to help protect battered women. This is a law that we're trying to stiffen and make it a little stronger. Current law says that for the first offense, the offender shall be sentenced to not less than 48 consecutive hours. My point there is I want you to hear 48 consecutive hours or no more than 6 months, fine not less than $200 or more than $500, and a court's discretion, or may order a domestic violence offender assessment. Also, the second offense within 5 years immediately preceding commission of the crime, upon conviction, the offender shall be sentenced to not less than 90 days or more than 1 year, fine not less than $500 and more than $1,000. The 5-day mandated imprisonment may be served in a work release program after the offender serves 48 hours. The offender shall serve at least 5 consecutive days before being granted probation. The third subsequent conviction within 5 years period, the offender shall be sentenced to not less than 90 days or more than 1 year, fined not less than $1,000 or more than $7,500. The offender convicted shall not be eligible for release on probation, suspension or reduction of sentence, or parole until after the offender has served at least 90 days imprisonment. The 90 days of imprisonment may be in a work release program after the offender has served 48 consecutive hours. This bill makes the following changes. For the first offense, the offender shall be sentenced to not less than 48 consecutive hours, nor more than 6 months imprisonment, and fined not less than 200 or more than 500, nor more than 500. That is similar to the original bill, but then added is, as a condition of any grant of probation, suspension of sentence or parole, or of any other release, the offender shall be required to undergo a domestic violence offender assessment conducted by a certified batterer intervention program and follow all recommendations made by such program unless otherwise ordered by the court. So that's added to the first offense. A second time, the offender shall be on the second offense, the bill maintains the fine and the sentence, but provides that the offender shall serve at least 45 days of imprisonment before granted probation, suspension, or reduction of sentence, or parole, or otherwise released to serve in a work release program. For a third and subsequent conviction, the bill maintains the same fine, same sentence, not less than 90 days or more than a year's imprisonment, but provides the offender shall serve at least 90 days before granted probation, suspension, or reduction of sentence, or parole is otherwise released. The bill removes the option to serve the 90 days mandatory imprisonment in a work release program. The bill also maintains current law that requires for a third subsequent conviction within 5-year period, the offender, as a condition of any probation, suspension of sentence, or parole, or any other release, to undergo domestic violence offender assessment and intervention program and follow all recommendations. If the offender does not undergo the assessment and follow all recommendations, the offender shall serve not less than 180 days or more than 1 year in jail. On possible floor amendments, I will be bringing an amendment to this bill. Proponents of this bill: William Hurst, the Assistant District Attorney of Johnson County. He says the bill increases penalties of domestic violence abusers who commit multiple violent acts within a short period of time, and they see the need to increase the penalties here. Michelle McCormick, Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. Typically, they advocate for more lenient treatment where a person can go into training, assessments, that type of thing. But they are all for these extended days in jail. Roberta Jackson, a victim of domestic violence, was attacked by a person that had already offended at least twice, almost killed her, and went on to Kentucky and continued and completed another act of violence, and finally Kentucky put him in jail. Opponents was Emily Brandt, Board of Indigence Defense Services. This bill takes away, she said, the discretion from district court judges, which I say is exactly why we're bringing this bill forward. Because of the discretion these people have been let out after only serving 48 hours in jail. There were no neutrals. The committee amendments, there were two. The first requires people convicted of a first offense to undergo domestic violence offender assessment. That was not in the original bill. So there was a requirement there. The wording also said may, and so that has been changed to shall. The second amendment removes the word consecutive. Consecutive days allows for the time already served. So if a person is serving part of the 90 days or the 45 days in jail, and then there's a break through a trial or whatever they go through, they go back into prison or they go back into jail, and they still count what they have already served. Fiscal note on this, the Sentencing Commission indicates that there really was no cost there for them because jail versus prison, this person would not go to prison, the person would go to jail, which is county. The Kansas Association of Counties indicates that the bill has potential to increase the county government expenditures of an offender, supervision, and confinement. However, the precise estimate of this effect cannot be determined. With that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Okay. Is it long? Amendment prepared short. You may explain.
What the amendment does.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Clerk will read.
As amended by House Committee on page 2 in line 12 by striking 45 and inserting 20, in line 15 by striking 45 and inserting 20.
Representative, please explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is on the second offense, it lowers the time in jail to 20 days instead of 40 days. And why I did that was in a spirit of compromise with the Sheriff's Department, there is an increase in money, but also with the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual Domestic Violence. I do understand the attempt to rehabilitate people or the ability to keep a job, but this is still an attempt to draw a line. At some point, if the probations and the classes, if they're not working, you know, you do the same thing over and over and expect different results. You know what that is. And so what we're trying to do here is, again, protect vulnerable women, protect vulnerable people. Children can be involved in this also. They can be affected by this. I stand for questions on the amendment.
Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Representative Schlingensieben?
This is a good amendment, and I encourage you to support it.
Any other member wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Thompson, you may close.
I close.
You heard the motion by Representative Thompson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would stand for questions on the bill.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're 3 for 3 today. Congratulations.
Rounding committee, that's why.
Yes, sir. This is an important bill. This is a very, very important bill. And the carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it and an excellent job seeing it through the process. And all I can say is this gives battered women relief that they desperately need, but it also provides batterers with interventions that exist, that are effective, and help these people early on so that they can hopefully get the treatment they need and be restored to their families. And so I just want to say this is really good, and it's long overdue, and I would strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For anyone who was not here earlier, I was able to pass Karen's Law on this floor and across, signed by the governor, for my constituent Jeremiah Schmeidler, shoemaker whose mother was murdered by his father. Had this law been in effect, it might have slowed things down. They might have identified him and Karen would still be alive. I ask you to support this bill wholeheartedly. I ask you to understand how desperate this is needed for women who are involved, and men, not as often, but for people involved in domestic violence, and I thank you to vote for it. And for that, I say kaput and bingo.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo that this bill is very important. My wife deals with the shelter, the women's shelter within our county, and the stories, much like what she discussed right there, I've heard many of those. This is very, very important. I brought the amendment to have the individual assessed after their first conviction. I think it's a little silly to wait till they've been convicted 2 or 3 times before they're assessed. So I just want to echo that this is very, very important that we get some relief and help these people. Thank you.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Thompson, you may close.
I thank you, Buddy, for considering this bill. I believe it is very important. I appreciate what the previous speakers have said. Thank you all. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2192 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Thompson to report House Bill 2192 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2195. To carry the bill, the Chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments. HB 2195 creates a budgetary line item called the Kansas Technical College Operating Grant. Unlike school districts and community colleges, there is no taxing authority at the local level for technical colleges. For the past 2 years, the 7 technical colleges in the state have received an operating grant from the State General Fund in the Board of Regents budget. What HB 2195 does is put that grant fund into statute. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any members wishing to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage everyone to vote for House Bill 2195. Very good bill, one that's needed. We've great success with our technical colleges throughout the state. And again, I encourage everyone to support the bill. Carrier did a fine job in explaining the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise in support of the bill. Our technical colleges have just not had a home, and this little bit of money we've been able to give them has given them a real boost, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Sanders, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, we pass HB 2195 favorably.
You have heard the motion by Representative Sanders to report House Bill 2195 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. On to House Bill 2240. For the purpose of carrying HB 2240, the chair recognizes Representative Burkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The report is adopted. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I want to start off with why are we here, body? I've asked myself that a few times this session, but I'd say the number one answer is we're here to pass a budget. That's our number one goal every year. So in that budget, obviously education spending is our biggest expenditure, but then hopefully most people know what the second biggest expenditure is, and that's healthcare. We spend a lot of money in healthcare for pregnant women, children, the elderly, and those with disabilities, which is a good thing. I think we can all agree upon. However, I think in recent years we've seen maybe some expansion of this outside of the legislative purview. For example, in 2022, Governor unilaterally expanded Medicaid eligibility through a federal waiver, granting 12-month continuous coverage, even for those who no longer qualify for Medicaid. And then this last year, we've had some issues with KDADs and their implementation suggestions for to the service system for the IDD service providers. So we're kind of having some issues that I think we need to address. So that's kind of the genesis of this bill. And really long and short, it just says that after July 1 of this year, any recommended coverage change, expansion, or cost increase is going to have to go through the legislature. Now, when we heard the bill in committee, there were some concerns, and we did address those with the amendments. So one was we granted authority to the LCC to cover anything that might come up when we're not in session, because obviously we're not up here year-round, fortunately. And then second was just to address the concerns of the IDD community. And I think after the changes, it was a better bill, and here we are. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Any member wishing to speak to the bill? Up first is Representative Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm up here to speak to this bill because I have several constituents and people in the Wichita area who are dealing with IDD challenges. And I went to a meeting right before Christmas. Family members, providers, IDD, people affected with IDD themselves were at this meeting, and they were just up in arms because KDADS was about to make about 7 major changes to the IDD programs, and they were like in a really frazzled because the apple cart was getting upset majorly. And so this is a way to slow the system down. KDADS was doing this from pressure from the federal government to make changes. So it's not their fault, but we need to just work through this slowly. And so this bill will allow that to happen. So I just wanted to let you know why this is so important and to let the IDD community know that we have heard them. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to echo what the previous speaker just said. We have been hearing from some of our constituents for a while, but we definitely started hearing from them when they saw this bill, and many of their advocates were wise to find a way to put an amendment on, which we did. And I hope that giving them a voice in the process through their legislative body, that it allows us to meet the needs and answer some of their concerns, because they are very concerned about how targeted case management is going to be handled. So I urge you to vote for this bill because of the amendment that is on it. It is the only way that they have found to be heard. So just urge you to vote for it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying the previous two representatives that spoke to this bill have very valid points. And I think that we have all heard from our constituents in the DD community about the issues with the KDAD's changes. And I think we can all be in agreement that it all could have been handled better from the beginning and should have been handled better. However, this bill kind of conflates two issues. So this bill does not just address the issues that have come out of the IDD community. This bill is much broader, and my concern with this bill is that it will have collateral damage that will negatively affect many, many, many other aspects of our Medicaid program, and particularly by bottlenecking things that the administration needs to do on a pretty regular basis in order to keep up with CMS compliance. So these are things like if there's a change to nursing home regulations at the federal level, do we need to submit one piece of paper that says that we're in compliance and that our nursing homes across the state are in compliance? So I do worry that the intent here was very valid, but there's significant collateral damage that could happen. With that, I have an amendment.
The amendment seems short. Clerk, please read.
As amended by House Committee on page 1 in line 14 by striking state plan amendment, in line 30 by striking state plan amendment, also on page 1 in the title, in line 3 by striking state plan amendment.
Representative, do you need to explain more?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to explain. So this amendment, there are two different processes the state can go through to change aspects of our Medicaid program. One is a waiver process, and one is called a state plan amendment. These are two very different processes for different purposes. The waiver process is for what I would consider much more significant changes. This is a process that takes public input. It takes months and months to do. There is ample time for weigh-in. The state plan amendment process is a very important tool that states have to make necessary and timely changes to aspects of our Medicaid program in order to stay in compliance with CMS and get things done quickly. What this amendment does is it strikes the state plan amendments from this bill. So the legislature would still have control over all of the waiver aspects that are in this bill, and this does nothing to the language that the DD community and the DD advocates inserted into this language. The purpose of this amendment is to really reduce the bottleneck that is going to be created if this bill passes as it is. If this bill passes without taking out the state plan amendments, we, the LCC, the legislature, will be inundated with requests from the executive branch to meet and consider these. So just for perspective, I went back and I looked at how many state plan amendments have been submitted during the current administration and during the years of the Brownback and Collier administration. And it was about 125 to 130 state plan amendments in each administration. These are things that are relatively routine, but they will create a huge bottleneck if we are now responsible for approving all of them. So this amendment takes those out of this and leaves the waiver component in. And I am happy to stand for questions.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Arkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I think that's the purpose. The purpose of the bill is to give more legislative oversight on the details. And yes, the LCC would have to review and approve them, but the LCC meets monthly when we're not in session. It's a pretty simple process, but it's important to have that legislative oversight on the details. If we don't have it, the agencies have it. We're elected, we have to answer to the voters. All of these changes do affect the voters. The LCC can do this. I ask that you vote down the amendment.
Any other member wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Weichel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just reiterate that I think the primary concern among the body and among the bringers of this legislation is everything to do with waivers, and that is where the bulk of money is spent in Medicaid. That is where the bulk of significant changes happen. That's all staying in. This is to alleviate some of the bottleneck from the really kind of the rats and cats stuff that every administration needs to do in order to stay in compliance. And without this amendment, I fear significant bottlenecks and backlogs. So with that, I close and urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Weichel to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Representative Weichel, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think this bill is a very good idea. Every year in appropriations, we get caseload adjustments of hundreds of millions of dollars. And in a discussion in the insurance committee this year, we had a discussion with the administration on the procurement process. And one of the questions that I asked was, is there a large difference? Is there a difference in coverage every year? Do you guys increase coverage or increase benefits or change what you pay out or make coverage, more coverage available to more people? And the answer was yes. And I said, well, by whose authority do you have that? And they said that, well, we just mix it all in the caseload adjustments every year. And then appropriations gets a bill and we can't ask questions on it. We don't know what they did. We've asked several times. In the insurance committee, I asked for a detailed list of what changed between CanCare 2.0 and 3.0 because none of us voted on that. And we got a big bill for it. And we're gonna get an even bigger bill at the end of the year when they figure out that it's costing a lot more. We asked for it in appropriations on 2 different occasions and still haven't received anything. We've got to be involved in this process. It's the biggest part of our budget. We've got to have some oversight, and I think this is a great idea. Thank you very much.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I am going to support this bill, but I will warn the folks that brought this that it's a lot more complicated than they think it is. And I would venture to say that we'll use up a lot of LCC days addressing these state plan amendments and all the issues that come with that. So I will support the bill. There are some significant safeguards to make sure that these issues are addressed, but it will be timely and that it will be timely, but it'll also be time consuming. So with that, I just say I support the bill, but it's a little more complicated than we think.
Chair recognizes Representative Susan Rios, sorry, long day. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard a legislator earlier today talk about stop legislating by regulating. That phrase fits very much with this. The
This bill is very heavy-handed, very heavy-handed. And we also heard a representative from Lawrence talk about the collateral damage. I'm hearing from small business owners that rely on the revenue from the waivers because of the services that they provide. And I'm hearing that they are very concerned also about this. Just so everybody knows, there are 7 waivers in Kansas: autism, the frail elderly, the intellectual developmental disability, physical disability, serious emotional disturbance, technology assisted, and brain injury. Each of these have their own policies, rules, regulations, how they are funded, how services are billed, how a person meets the criteria for all of that. So the small business owner that contacted me is worried because they feel that this is going to decrease access by Kansans because it will impede KDHE from making immediate changes, no matter how minimal the policy change. We just heard that the LCC meets once a month. That is not going to be sufficient. These immediate changes can be made within days. And they have to happen within days because they're federal requirements. So if you're an agency, you're a small business owner, and you are providing services to any one or more of these waivers, if you have a change, that affects your bottom line. And that change needs to happen quickly because they have to comply with the federal, state and federal, as well as KDHE has to also follow state and federal guidelines. The legislature, we are not here 52 weeks each year, thank God. And so, you know, we're already seeing how on the federal side, some of the aid has already been impacted. And we're already reeling from that. Some of our agencies, they're not sure how they're going to continue to function. Again, small business owners are going to be very much affected by this. They fear that these delays will create, you know, more delays and gaps in services and disruptions in care. If you're not sure what a technology-assisted waiver is, for some folks, that's how they can get to communicate. And they're able to actually be employed because they're able to use technology to help them with that. We have children who are in the physical disability who are reliant on oxygen to live. We don't want those services to be disrupted because the LCC is not meeting every day. They're meeting monthly. And I do have a question for the carrier bill of the bill. Representative. Do you know if the LCC is going to hold stakeholder meetings so they can get input from, let's say, like from these small business owners and families who rely on these waivers? Is the LCC going to entertain stakeholder hearings and meetings with that? Or are they only going to rely on what the departments are going to bring them?
Thank you for the question. The LCC has the ability to appoint a subcommittee for some of these issues, so they could effectively appoint a committee and then have hearings, kind of like we do during the regular process as needed.
Is that in the bill that those meetings will be held?
It's just up to the LCC's purview if we're not in session.
Thank you. Yeah, and that just, again, that just reiterates the concerns that some of these small business owners and families, I've got families who are contacting me who are part of one of those 7 waivers. So, you know, there isn't just one waiver, there are 7. And there is the collateral damage that is going to happen. And I really wish we would rethink this. I will be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came to us from the Welfare Reform Committee. And I couldn't help but notice that 4 out of the 5 last speakers aren't on the Welfare Reform Committee. But 3 out of the last 4 speakers are on the Health Committee. The Health Committee, where they have a better understanding of the machinations of Medicaid. It was mentioned that this is more complicated than you think. We agreed this is going to slow things down or bottleneck. We worry about a continuation of services, unintended consequences, collateral damage, and even perhaps a loss of funding. So I'll leave it to the wisdom of the body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other members wishing to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened very carefully to what was going on, and I'm still a little bit confused about it. But one of the things that I'm concerned about, that we're talking about the community support waiver, the new one that we want to have CMS approve for us. And that would help with our wait list, because we wouldn't have to do as many of those services that they don't need at the time. But any of the changes need to be approved by CMS. And unless we do something like that, we could jeopardize getting the community support waiver approved. We know that that might be 2 years or more out, but if we are counting on the community support waiver to help more people receive services, help to eliminate the large number on the IDD wait list, and we're doing something that CMS may not approve, we are jeopardizing getting the community support waiver approved. And this is a major change. That's a big concern for us because we're counting on that community support waiver. And based on that, I don't know enough to actually give you a positive vote for this, because I don't want to jeopardize something that we have been planning for the last 2 or more years. So I hope you would vote very carefully about it. And for those people out there who are more knowledgeable about this situation, I wish they would address it a little bit more, because just the short time I was looking at it, we could jeopardize getting that waiver approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Burkamp, you may close. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Susan Ruiz for the second time. Apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the acknowledgement. I feel like I need to reiterate what the previous representative spoke about, and I meant to mention that this might, well, I think it will. It will jeopardize the new waiver that we are applying for CMS. And one of the reasons, not the major reason, we are asking for the new waiver is to cut down on the wait list that we have for the IDD waiver. So again, the unintended consequence is we're trying to bring down that wait list. And we have a waiver that we're trying to bring in that would bring that down maybe by half. We have 4,000, 5,000 plus people on that waiver. And we're willing to jeopardize a waiver that's going to cut down on that wait list. That doesn't make sense. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none now, Representative Burkamp, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions and the debate that we had on this bill. I think that the process today, I'm not worried about us getting out of compliance. All we're seeking is just to become more of a partner with KDHE and the other agencies going forward, just so we can understand costs and what services are being provided. So with that, Mr. Chair, I ask that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2240 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Burkamp to report House Bill 2240 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2284. For the purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
There were no physical notes. 2284 requires the Department of Administration to adopt written policies governing the negotiated procurement process over Medicaid MCO contracts. If you remember last year, all the issues we had around the MCO contracts, and there was ties and on and on and on. So this is to correct that. It contains prohibition for the destruction of records, including evaluation documents that would be in compliance with the Open Meetings Records Act. Adoption of a tie-breaking procedure is part of the evaluation process used to make award recommendations by scoring individuals and committees. Requirement to be transparent with the legislature during each step of the procurement process to the fullest extent permitted by state law, and an appeals process overseen and adjudicated by an appeals committee. The committee will also oversee adjudication appeals in accordance with the policies adopted by the Department of Administration. The appeals process committee was made up of 6 Republicans and 4 Democrats, minorities, committee members of each deal. I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. I think we've added a good amendment to this for the guardrail, so I support the bill. Thank you.
Any other member wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Carpenter, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Will Carpenter to report House Bill 2284 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business. Stand by. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that House Bill 2313, appearing under that order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Majority Leader Croft. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. At ease. Next item of business, House Bill 2338. For the purpose of carrying the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no committee amendments. Body, I rise before you to present House Bill 2338. What this bill does is fix a bill that we passed a couple years ago that was intended to facilitate body art conventions and guest permitting of body artists coming to Kansas to participate in those conventions. That bill I brought a couple years ago in response to a constituent who wanted to hold a convention in our town. I don't know a whole lot about tattoos. I don't have any tattoos, but I do know that conventions are a restaurant business and hotel business, and they're good for the whole community. So I went to work to help her. The bill that we passed had some challenges when we went to implement the regulations and facilitate the conventions. And so the Board of Cosmetology asked me to do some changes to the bill that would get at the original legislative intent. So what this bill does is clarify that bill from that law from 2 years ago to make it clear that the permitting of guest artists and the permitting of convention locations are two separate permits rather than one permit that every guest artist has to get. That's all the bill does. And Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill. You should vote yes. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bringer of this bill. This is actually a really good thing for a lot of Wichita had 2 tattoo conventions last year in anticipation of the original bill fixing it, but we realized as we were trying to put it together that it did not in fact allow for out-of-state artists. So we just kept it in state for those, but realized we could have about 4 times as big of a convention if we were to allow out-of-state artists. So this is a really good thing. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In honor of my friend, former representative from Cherokee County, Mikey Likey.
Any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what else to say after that. I think that sums it up. So with that, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2338 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report HB 2338 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2245. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2245, the chair recognizes Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I got all of it out of my system yesterday, but no, that's not to be. All right, body, first off, there were no committee were no committee amendments, I believe. And so I'll proceed. HB 2245, rather.
Representative?
Yes.
I believe there were amendments.
Were there?
That's what my page says.
All right. Well, we'll go with your page, even though my memory, I'm sure, is more accurate. And I will move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Now you may proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right. HB 2245, the purpose of that, I mean, this is relatively simple to describe, certainly. It is to transfer the state employee health plan and the state self-insurance fund from the Department of Health and Environment, or I'm sorry, from the Department of Administration to the Insurance Department. As a little bit of background on this, I knew this was an exciting one. I could just tell by the way people were buzzing. A little bit of background on this one. About 4 or 5 years ago, I brought the bill to move the Department of or the State Employee Health Plan, sorry, to the Department of Administration from KDHE. That was following an A&M recommendation. It made sense at the time as I was looking at it because we were aligning. I mean, as far as efficiency concerns, it made sense. We were moving benefits it was a benefit to the organization that handled benefits. That made perfect sense. The problem arose as the years have gone by. The problem arises that the Department of Administration doesn't have the infrastructure necessary to deal with customer concerns or employee concerns with the insurance department, with their insurance plan, that is. So if there's some sort of an issue that needs investigating, special action has to take place in order for that to be investigated, taken care of, or changed. The Department of Insurance has that capability. For that reason, I'm correcting a mistake I made 4 years ago and moving the Department of the State Employee Health Plan to the Insurance Department, where they have the infrastructure necessary to deal with customer concerns. Now, lest someone think this is political, even though I'm the one who moved it here in the first place, I did offset the date on this so it doesn't start until July 1, 2027. It won't be impacting this administration at all, and it'll just pick up with a new administration. It has nothing to do with who's in what spot. It's what functionality is at what spot is my concern with this bill. With that, I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill stand for some questions?
Here I am.
How many proponents were for this bill that we had?
Well, we couldn't keep track of the number of state employees that were on the State Employee Health Plan. The one proponent that spoke at committee was me.
All right. Second of all, what efficiencies do you expect to be gained with this bill?
I do expect efficiencies in the area of customer issues, not necessarily in the day-to-day operation of the insurance plan. I think that's going to stay very much the same. It's when there's a problem. As it stands, now, Department of Administration has been very good about working with us when we get a constituent concern, and we go to them, and they've done a great job of working with us to help our constituents. I can't complain about that part. The part I complain about is that we shouldn't have to. They should call the insurance department and get it solved.
And they have that number on the legislative site, so they should be able to do that. Another question here. How does the insurance department plan to deal with the inherent conflict of interest at play with regulatory agency negotiating with the companies they're supposed to be regulating?
That is a valid question and one that I'm still toying with in my head. We have 2 years, and my plan on that, and that's not included in this bill, but my plan on that is to move the procurement, or is to retain the procurement process in the Department of Administration so that the negotiation isn't taking place with the agency that's holding on to the State Employee Health Plan.
So you're saying the Department of Administration then would handle
the procurement,
the insurance companies Which, no, or
assigning
yes?
the contract.
Okay,
Right.
so that takes away from one division, and they would handle then the claims,
Correct.
and that's all they would handle.
Correct.
So that changes the entire play of the insurance department and Department of Administration intentions there. I mean, it takes away from the claims part and the running, or against the running of the insurance department itself. How do you differentiate that?
Okay, I'm not, I don't think I followed that question.
I'm left-handed, that's fine. Then if the insurance department, then they regulate right now the insurance companies.
Correct.
That's correct.
That's half of their job.
All right, what's the other half?
The other half is to investigate issues of compliance and that sort of thing as well. So, and that's the part, that's the aspect of their business that I'm wanting to capitalize on for our state employees.
Okay, how many states house their employee health plan within the insurance department?
I will never take lessons from other states.
Thank you. So you do not know the answer?
Of course not. I would
Thank
never
you.
search for it.
Thank you. How many insurance plans does the insurance department currently administer?
Administer? I don't believe they
Administer.
administer any.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
I think there's a little bit of conflict of interest here. One of the things that I have that's come available to me is during conversations is that the Department of Administration, through a conversation that we just had, the individual next to me said there had been some major complaints that couldn't be answered. And to me, it looked like it was saying the Department of Administration had not done their due diligence in this area. And if that were true, I wouldn't question this, but that is not what the situation is at all. And I want to give you just some examples. Here are some of the 2024 averages from the SAP operations team for day-to-day activities. Senior manager of operations averages 12 to 16 phone, email inquiries a week. Assistant manager handles 20 to 24 per week. The retirement coordinator averages 15 to 20 phone inquiries per week, and the pharmacy coordinator handles 15 to 20. These 3,000 to 4,000 inquiries a year can range from general coverage questions to explanation of how benefits work, to specific coverage concerns and complaints or appeals. Over 90% of these inquiries are handled on an initial contact. 90%. If the inquiry is by email, the operations team usually responds the same day, or typically in less than 4 hours. Well, typically in less than 4 hours, because the operations team is well versed on the nuances and benefits. They are able to address member issues and needs immediately, promptly, and accurately. If an inquiry requires vendor involvement, the operations team member sends it to the appropriate vendor immediately. That's to the vendor, the person who knows the insurance, the person that knows what they are talking about. There are many other numbers that I could share with you. As an example, in 2024, the operations team emails and phone inquiries estimated for 2024. Email inquiries, 1,600. Phone inquiries, 1,900. Total, 3,500. Responded with an initial call or email, 3,200. Responded and resolved within 3 business days, 272. Responded and resolved After 3 business days, 28. As far as appeals are concerned, medical internal appeals, there were 236. On the medical external appeals, there were 33. And I can tell that you are back on the first grade listening level. So instead of giving you more numbers of what it actually has been happening. Thank you.
Please continue.
Almost had a heart attack. I'm old. I'm back, sorry. What I want to say on this is unnecessary. This is not how it's done across the country. The carrier of the bill had no idea, so he doesn't do that. He doesn't care what anybody else does. But I can tell you, we've had enough bills brought before us in the last couple of days regarding Texas and many other states. And that seems to have an implication in this body or with this body. This is not a good bill, whether it's in 27, 26, or now. This is a bad bill. Our administrative department has done a good job, an excellent job of answering appeals. If someone has a question, they can call, as is evident by the number of calls that they've had and by the number, pardon me, I had a hand thing there, heaven forbid. But by the number of emails and calls that were replied to, all of them. And I do not, there is not a problem here. And how many times do we have to transfer from one department to another department to another department? This is not an efficiency. This is not where this is belong, and it is a conflict of interest. Thank you, body. I ask you to oppose House Bill 2245.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and body. I was hoping that you caught earlier today that you can mark point of order off the bingo card, and you can thank me for that. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for some questions? Bingo. On behalf of the insurance committee members here, would you describe your gavel as a big gavel?
I'm afraid that's going to require a little bit of speculation, really.
We will accept that as a yes.
It's all relative.
Yeah, in this house, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yours is okay.
All right. I don't have that power. All right, but in seriousness, talk to us about the fiscal note. What's the fiscal note on this?
The fiscal note should be effectively nothing. We're going to be transferring approximately 30 employees from the Department of Administration to the Insurance Department. And those employees don't change their salary or anything along those lines.
All right.
Now there might be some, desk furniture, office furniture or something. That's really all we're going to be talking about here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the office furniture. All right, now look, folks, my colleague before gave some stats, and I ask for you to just take a moment and listen to what has been said. The fiscal note is a little bit more than some dusty furniture. According to the Department of Administration, the total budget that's needed to operate the employee health plan is $619.4 million. Again, that's $619.4 million. Now, whether you want to debate that or not, that's fine. We can do that. But if you're going to pass a bill, there should be more that involves dusty furniture or $619.4 million, there should be some advocates for this bill. Now, I've only been on the committee for 2 terms, second term, and I enjoy being on the committee here, but we only had one proponent, and that was the chair. And the year before, the term before, we had one proponent, and that was a private citizen. If the Department of Insurance wants this, or we feel, why are they not neutral? Why are they not giving a proponent testimony? We're talking 680.9 million in fiscal year 2026. Now, we did have an opponent, and that opponent is the DOA. And our colleagues shared how they are actually being efficient, how they address those numbers. So I guess I feel that if this was a class assignment, I would have my students take it back and provide some more support. So my next question, if you would stand for it, Mr. Chair, would you like to make the motion to withdraw this and send it back?
Absolutely not.
Would you like me to? Well, the day is long and I know how this goes, so I just bring up here to pause for some questions for you to think, is this kaput, or not? I think it is. Well, let's get our homework done, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else want to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Sutton, you may close.
Very good. Now, a couple of things I want to straighten out here regarding, first off, that fiscal note. We are talking about the self-insured fund, the state self-insurance fund. So that is also transferring over. That's not a spend, that's a transfer. Also, as far as the conflict of interest is concerned, one thing that I think the body needs to keep in mind is exactly that this is a self-insured fund. And so this is overseen by ERISA, which is federal, not by whoever is administering the plan here in the state. So that the conflict of interest, I mean, I hear the argument, but that's not, ERISA is really what oversees an insurance plan that's self-insured. And again, that's federal. So when the body rises to report, I ask the body to report HB 2245 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Sutton to report HB 2245 favorably. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next, HB 2354. For the purpose of carrying HB 2354, the chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams. 2359, sorry, Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2359, also known as the Guardianship and Conservatorship Act, includes significant updates to the Kansas guardianship laws as recommended by the Kansas Judicial Council's Guardianship and Conservatorship Advisory Committee. The key changes included in this act are person-centered philosophy. The act requires an individualized plan for each person subject to guardianship or conservatorship, allowing individuals under guardianship more freedom to make mistakes and retain certain freedoms as long as they don't directly harm them. The act also moves away from a best interest standard to a substitute decision-making standard where a guardian or conservator must consider the preferences of the individual, whether expressed in the past or present. A hearing is now required for end-of-life decisions to take place within 3 days with attorneys present for these decisions. A guardianship plan is now required for every case included in this act, including minors. The act also mandates an examination before establishing a guardianship or conservatorship, along with a yearly paper review to ensure more oversight of the guardianship or conservatorship And this piece of legislation also encourages less restrictive alternatives such as limited guardianship and conservatorship, supporting decision-making or single-issue court orders when a full guardianship is not necessary. In committee, we also just talked about how this bill supported, it facilitates interstate cooperation whenever like military families moving to Kansas can easily transfer those conservatorships or guardianships. And like I stated earlier, introduces new concepts as person-centered planning and less restrictive alternatives. We also heard from the opponent testimony, which addresses the amendments that we had in committee with the concerns raised by opponents, specifically regarding the end-of-life decision-making. The amendments provided clear definitions of clear and convincing evidence and distinguishing between individuals who are kept alive by artificial assistance such as life support and those on dialysis. So with addressing those amendments, that alleviated the concerns from the opponents. So, and with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Remind colleagues, keep the roars to a dull. We're almost there. The ice cream truck will still be waiting for you if we can get things wound up. Thank you for your cooperation. To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job summarizing it. I'm going to tell you, I've told my caucus I struggle with this bill. I've struggled with it for a week now as we pass out of committee on what I want to do with regards to it. We talked about the LLC bill yesterday and how we trusted the experts and we relied on them. And this is a bill that's very similar to that. It's the Kansas Judicial Council, and those that have experience with the KJC understand it is a body of experts that come together over a long period of time to help resolve an issue that we simply do not have time to deal with here in the legislature. And they do really good work, and they provide really good bills for us to implement into law. In this particular situation, they did the same thing. They provided us with a really good guardianship bill that helps solve a lot of problems that we're dealing with in the state of Kansas and how we relate to other states. They also had an end-of-life provision, and that end-of-life provision was one that all of the opponents of this bill came together and said that they opposed. What was going on is that the KJC provided no recommendation. They had some ideas that were presented to them, they rejected them, and ultimately said it is up to us, the body, to make the determination. What is proper end-of-life care when we deal with guardianship? So they left it up to us, and ultimately that left the window open for the opponents to come in and say, here is what we wish to do. So this is what they did and what we've implemented into it. So we have current law right now. And the current law is that a persistent vegetative state or other states where artificial means would likely not prolong life, a medical professional backed by a second medical professional can issue written certification to that effect. The court then has 72 hours to do a due process hearing, and if there's clear and convincing evidence, the court shall approve the certification. So that is current law, where you have a medical professional making a medical determination backed by another medical professional, and the court helps to solve that issue. The amendment states that no court or guardian shall have the authority to make a decision except if the adult, when legally capable, executed a written directive specifically authorizing or of the withholding of nutrition and hydration, or that a physician states in writing that said nutrition would hasten death. The court would then appoint an attorney for the adult and would then hold a hearing within 72 hours. Somewhat similar. The difference is burden of proof, and the difference is how you go about doing it. And what I struggle with is that this proposed change of law would prolong suffering. It would potentially prolong suffering of those that have no ability to affect that change. And they're relying upon their guardian to make that correct decision for them. That's part of the reason the guardian is there. And the guardian, if they do not have that ability, if they do not say that up front, the guardian loses all ability to act in the best interest of those they guard, those they care for. That is an issue, and an issue that I struggle with. And I wonder, and I've been wondering for the last week, whether this particular amendment radically changes the bill, whether 1% changes the good, the other 99% will do. And so to my caucus, I have not made a recommendation other than vote your conscience, vote your district. I believe I will be voting in favor of this bill. I believe that the KJC has done good work on this, but I leave this up to the will of the body as to how best they wish to sort this matter out. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HB 2359. The hour is late. I will not mince words. The controversial provisions that were contained in the amendment that was sprung in many ways at the last moment were presented to the Judicial Council and they were rejected. What has been placed into the bill now is the recommendations of disability. We know the disability groups, I won't call their name, but quite specifically, it's the recommendations of the bishops of the Catholic Diocese and Right to Life of Kansas. And as for me, I do not want them making decisions about my end-of-life care and decision-making. I will not support this bill. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, chair recognizes Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will have to concur with the previous colleague from Wichita. When it comes to the end, these are hard decisions to make and hard conversations to have. I would hate to have anybody make those decisions without talking to that person prior, because you never truly know what the wishes are of that person. Unfortunately, when something tragic happens, it could happen very quickly if those conversations are not had early enough and are, according to this bill, not written down, and could potentially supersede what that person truly wanted to happen in their last moments. There is and needs to be the dignity and keeping us out of those final decisions and making sure that people are recognized and have that free will to do what they need in the last moments of their lives and how they would like to have that happen for them on their own terms. So in saying that, I would oppose this bill, unfortunately, because of the 1%.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the previous representatives have said, what this bill does is it helps grow the responsibility of the guardianship or overseer, conservatorship overseer, and ensure them that they're making decisions for people's lives that they're entrusted to. And so I hope you will support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2359 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Laura Williams to report House Bill 2359 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Guys appear to have it. Guys do have it. Motion passes. Next up, House Bill 2099. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2099, Chair recognizes Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments. I move adoption of the committee reports.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee reports adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes less is more. In this case, I'm going to go into the details. House Bill 2099, as amended, would authorize the city of Topeka to conduct periodic inspections of private residential housing properties when the owner of the property is receiving direct public financial assistance for tenant rent. Under current law, cities and counties are prohibited from conducting interior housing inspections of private residential property without the occupant's consent. The bill would allow such inspections by Topeka if the property owner receives direct public financial assistance for tenant rent. This is the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. The bill would require that Topeka would provide reasonable notice to tenants of the date and time of an inspection. It would also provide that a landlord may be required to perform random inspections at the request of Topeka in response to code violations complaint. If a tenant objects to an inspection, the bill would direct Topeka to obtain an administrative search warrant to facilitate the inspection. The bill would also provide a sunset date of July 1st, 2030. In the House committee hearing, the representative from the 57th District, representatives of the City of Topeka, Topeka City Council, and Topeka-Shawnee County Homeless Task Force provided proponent testimony. The proponent stated that there are times when individuals who live in rental properties that receive government rental subsidies may not consent to an inspection because of fear of losing the residence for allowing such an inspection, even though the current living conditions for the resident may not be adequate. The proponents provided an example of residents living in such government-subsidized rental housing that had sewage, black mold, and no heat during freezing. In addition, 2 of the occupants were hospitalized 2 days afterwards with carbon monoxide poisoning. So we amended the bill to narrow it down in scope. We provided the definition direct public financial assistance to mean a financial payment or consideration from HUD. We also are putting up a fence around Topeka. This only applies to the city of Topeka, and there will be a sunset date of July 1st, 2030. With that, I stand for question.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
I think the speaker did a pretty good job of describing the bill. I want to start off by saying unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I say this with no exaggeration. While I'm speaking, because we can't have props, you can Google WIBW Timberline Apartments. You can Google KSNT Timberline Apartments. You can Google Topeka Capital Journal Timberline Apartments, and you can see the photos of what I'm getting ready to describe to you. I'm not going to go over the details of the bill because I think the previous speaker did that. I've been delivering meals in that neighborhood and working a pantry in that neighborhood for over the last 4 years. Every day I'm there and I get to speak to the residents. It's hard to get into that facility to do any type of inspection, and they'll tell you, these are good people, but they'll tell you they're frightened because of some of the letters they got. Don't speak to this isn't verbatim, this is in general. Don't speak to no one. Anybody comes to you from the media or elected officials, come to the office immediately and let us know. There could be legal ramifications if you do. And so I'd say about several months ago, I started doing door knocking because we started getting a lot of phone calls. My wife sits on the city council for that area. Our areas overlap. Phone calls were coming in. We're having problems with sewage backup. We're having problems with mold. We're having problems with rodents, roaches. But I don't want nobody to know that I'm the one saying, because I'll end up having to be homeless. So we went and did some door knocking. We did some educational components on housing rights. Finally, one of the tenants let us in for inspection. Then it monkey powered on, more tenants started cooperating. The city went in. So this is not an exaggeration. Please Google those stations. In the basement of these homes, which is cinder block basement where they have their washer and dryer, their water heater, where they do laundry. Some clothes were on a table, some clothes were on chairs, some clothes were on the floor. There was 8 to 12 inches of sewage water in 4 of the units that we went in. You could smell the sewage smell the minute you walked into the residence. It had been like that for months. One of the ladies that we went into her home, I asked if I could see her agreement to see what she signed. And her, and I would say probably 50% of the people that lived there didn't understand the agreement. They signed it for 4 walls and a roof. It was either that or be homeless. One of the ladies, I sat in her front room, her 4-year-old kid was running across the front floor. I thought he was kicking a ball around the kitchen. He was kicking a mouse. And he ran across the floor several times, trying to kick it up against the wall to kill it. She had got a glue trap, put it upstairs, and she said, before you leave, she says, I'll have rodents on here. There was 4 rodents on that pad. I was there 30 minutes. If you look on CJ Online, there was a story on her how she couldn't even sleep because the rodents crawled all over her. She wasn't the only one with that story. About 70% of the residents there talked about that, and their children. That facility is made up of single mothers with babies. And when I say babies, anywhere from 2 years old, 5, 6, 7. There's not a lot of older teens that live in that neighborhood. There's not a lot of married couples that live in that neighborhood. I would say out of the facility, there's probably half a dozen couples, male, female, that live there. A lot of them were single mothers that worked somewhere or didn't work somewhere because they had so many children that they stayed home and were on government assistance. There was how do I want to say this? There was a couple, 2 days after we were there, I got a phone call at my house that two, I call them baby girls, 4, 5, 6, around that age, were asphyxiated with carbon monoxide. The level was somewhere between, according to the fire department, 600 and 700. If you check, after an hour, that exposure causes death. They were kept in the hospital. The residents that were there started letting the city come in and do inspections. Now, this is HUD government subsidized rental that they provide funding for, $80,000 a month. And let me tell you, that's to help offset utilities. That facility didn't have heat in it. And up until about 2 months ago, they went in and fixed all the units. They blamed the tenants for taking the units apart, but yet all the same parts, according to the maintenance guy, were all the same that were detached from the furnace units. They have no air conditioning. The thermostat didn't work. They had no carbon monoxide meters or fire detectors. And the city of Topeka provides those through the fire department for free if you tell them you don't have it. And there is requirements to have those. These 2 girls were taken to the hospital. City of Topeka went in, did the inspection, condemned 4 of the properties. Those are the ones they got to inspect. Those girls stayed in the hospital overnight. City of Topeka placed those people in housing until they could find them a place to stay. A lot of it meant shifting them to another unit. In communication with HUD, they hadn't done an inspection there for 2 years. 1 year they blamed COVID, and the previous year they blamed understaffing. But we all know, under this administration, there's been controversy about HUD's expenditures of funds and how they do things. I contacted Jerry Morant's office, and I'm going to tell you something. The senator and his staff, they were on it. After several conversations with HUD blamed the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. They blamed HUD. Everybody was trying to CYA you wouldn't believe the excuses they came up with. Went to the governor's office, worked with her staff. So with her staff, Morant's staff, HUD started having weekly conference calls with us. They came out and did a big inspection. So from 0 to 100, that facility inspected was 0, the lowest score you could have. So they are shutting that facility down for funding in March. The vouchers to the people that live there are going to be given to them. The city of Topeka is moving them into placement and hopefully to have them all placed by March. But this facility, this has went on for a long time. for fear of repercussion from the landlord who lives somewhere in Philadelphia. I tried to reach out to him. We all tried to reach out to him, no response. HUD says he was an awful person that they've dealt with. This was after Morant's office got involved. HUD started going out and doing other inspections. They started finding more things wrong. It took a kick in the butt from the senator's office to get them to do their job. And the bad thing about it, during that time, people were living in horrible, inhumane conditions. And like I said, if you Google those news channels and you see that footage, it's unbelievable. I would ask you to support this. It'll sunset in 2030. It'll allow the city to get in there and finish looking at some of these properties and looking at some of the other properties that we have in the city that have the same type of issue. People are frightened. And remember, I ran across a lady who stayed there, signed the contract. She couldn't even spell her last name, and her last name was Stewart. That's how bad the education level was with some of the people that were there. It's pretty sad. It really is. No one should have to live like that. And you know, I got to be real honest with you. I'd probably rather have been homeless than to live in those type of facilities, because there's no way that the fumes from the sewer were bad, the water heaters weren't working, there was nothing but cold water. I left that out. There was nothing but cold water. But yet on the furnace, every one of those furnaces had the same type of disconnection that the management blamed the tenants for tampering with. And management turned over quite a bit. There was a lady that was part of the management team there, and she started calling in different companies to come in and do work in the facility, and she was getting things fixed. And then about a month after they got some things fixed, they fired her. And so they brought in another lady who would come, look, yeah, we'll get right on it, and they never got right on it. They never got right on it. The thing is, it could have been real tragic if those two little girls would have died, and that carbon monoxide level, that's pretty high. So I would ask that you support this for a pilot program until July 1, 2030, and let it sunset so we can try to avoid these things from happening. This could have been an awful tragedy. Thank you.
Speaks to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to the Republican caucus, I spoke against this bill this morning for various reasons, and I wanted to clear the air out here. I have met with the people that have written the bills and done the amendments, and I'm extremely comfortable with it. Meow. So, Mikey likey. So let's go for it.
Speak the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see that everybody is on board with the bill now. I just want to allay some fears for those of you who are responsible rental property owners. This is not going to be a problem for you. This is for properties that are in such deplorable conditions as described by the representative from Topeka that they are uninhabitable, yet people feel trapped there because sometimes it is better to be sheltered with sewage than homeless with your small children. So if you're concerned about it, think of it as a test project. It'll sunset in the 5 years and we can assess how it's going. If it's not going well, we'll get rid of it. If it's something else, it goes well, other cities want to join in, fine. But for right now, we're just gonna restrict it to Topeka for a limited time. And I know we don't really always like things that only target one place, but we are the body of last resort, and these families are at their last resort.
Speak the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the carrier of the bill's presentation and all these other testimonies. Mostly, I appreciate the fact that on complicated issues that seemed like at first blush that they don't belong in the Capitol. And then you realize that they're complicated enough that maybe the next step is the way to go. I encourage your support of HB 2099. It was well heard in committee. In a bipartisan way, it was well discussed. And again, I appreciate the members of the committee and those who came and stuck their neck out to speak about it. Thank you.
Please. I know the bus is warming up, but let's get through this and share stories. I think we all have cell phones. We can talk on the way home. Chair recognizes and speaks to the bill Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take very long. Let's help the city of Topeka to treat those who abuse their residents like communist China. So I say, let's giddy up, Buttercup. The system's kaput. Let's get some chutzpah and take care of this. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Van Houten, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises and reports, they report House Bill 2099 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Van Houten to report House Bill 2099 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2101. For the purpose of carrying the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Auerkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments. House Bill 2101 restricts cities and counties from establishing a guaranteed income program, which would give cash payments periodically to be used for any purpose. These programs have been kind of attempted over the last 50 years or more, actually much more, but they tend to increase taxes and decrease work participation. Yet we see continually them pushed by, I'll call politicians or organizations which believe more in a socialistic form of government, something which I think is detrimental and not good for our state. If we take a look over the past several years, the legislature has anticipated certain ideas that local governments could be doing that would take away rights of the citizens in various forms. And we have passed legislation banning cities from taking certain actions. There's quite a range. Chapter 12, Article 16 has a long list of these changes that the legislature made to ban cities from doing certain things. This bill is, I believe, very similar. It protects the citizens from Kansas against detrimental ideas put forth by their local units of government. There's been a few questions regarding some of the exemptions in the bill, and also a potential effect on different programs, even from the federal government. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment.
The amendment seems short. Clerk will read.
On page 1 in line 9, after program, by inserting that uses tax revenue unless the legislature expressly consents to and approves of such program by an act of the legislature. In line 13, after that, by inserting is not expressly required by federal law or regulation, and by striking all in lines 14 and 15, in line 16, by striking all before the period.
Representative, do you want to explain your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So what does the amendment do? The amendment removes the ban, if you will, on these income programs, but it says that in order to implement them, the legislature has to approve that. And it just gives the legislative oversight on the program. It also
make sure that these programs, if they're using taxpayer funds, the legislature will need to approve them before they're put into existence. It also just clarifies that this does not restrict any cash payments or programs that are expressly required by federal law or regulation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for just a quick question? In committee, it was brought up that if a billionaire wanted to come to my town and give my residents, $500 a month, no strings attached, that this would have prohibited that, and your amendment allows that billionaire to come to town, give $500 monthly checks, no strings attached. Am I correct?
Yeah, the amendment specifies that this is taxpayer dollars, and it restricts these programs using taxpayer dollars unless they have legislative approval.
Thank you for addressing that. I was concerned. I'll look at this as a friendly amendment on an unfriendly bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Weichel. No. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak to the bill? I'm sorry, speak to the amendment. We are there. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Arkamp, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Arkamp to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is accepted. This does pass. Back to the bill. To speak on the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak a little bit about the subject of the bill. We've got a workforce development issue in the state of Kansas. For every person on unemployment, we've got 3 to 4 jobs for them. And when you start giving money just to give money to people and have them not work, or whether or not they work, it's a huge disincentive. Why would you work if you didn't have to? I mean, we already support people quite a bit, and as we look at our entitlement programs and try to get people to engage themselves with our employers, that in and of itself is difficult. If you start guaranteeing income regardless of employment, you're going to stifle the community. They're not going to search for work. They're not going to want to start businesses. It's going to reduce innovation. If we move forward with a program like a guaranteed income, it's going to be impossible to remove. I can just see it right now. Oh, we can't take this away. We can't take their $20,000 away a year because they don't have a job, or they won't have anything. And that's how it always ends up when we have an entitlement. And I just think we need to find ways to motivate individuals. If people want money, they want to have money in the American dream, have them call me. I'll find them a job. Have them go to our Department of Commerce. We've got thousands of jobs. They just got to be motivated to work. They need a job, not a sugar daddy. Thank you.
Speaks to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And committee, I want to be clear that when we had the one proponent opportunity solutions project in there, the one neutral, Lawrence Douglas County Public Health, the opponents of
Kansas League of Municipalities, Kansas Action for Children, Kansas Association of Counties, and a private citizen, we were not discussing the merits of a guaranteed income program. We were discussing the prohibition from the state removing local control from municipalities. We discussed how there is no city in the state that has currently set one up. We did not get into the health outcomes of such programs. We did not dive into the weeds of the mechanisms of such programs. We merely discussed the state's abuse of local control by prohibiting this. I urge your vote against House Bill 2101. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask a question of the carrier? Thank you. So cities pretty frequently around the country, especially in depopulating areas, they'll have a program that's like an incentive, like $10,000 to move to a random city. That if it's like a one-time payment, that obviously doesn't apply to this program. But if it's a regular payment, like once a month, and this bill might do away with that. Is that correct?
So it is sorry about that. So the definition of the definition of periodic is not in the bill. So you could look up, there is an IRS definition of periodic for certain payments, and they say anything over a year. So there's some ambiguity there. And that the question did come up in committee. How would that get defined? And ultimately, if a local entity, a local unit of government put in one of these programs, then they got challenged, it would end up having to go to court, and that would be decided there as far as what the definition of periodic is.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just making the point that I think these incentive programs, whether or not they're successful, I think the cities have the ability to try them out. And it just seems a little bit odd to me because genuinely, I think this bill says that if it's a one-time payment to incentivize somebody to move to your city, okay. If that person wants those payments once a month for a year or 2 years, then by the language of this bill, I think that makes that not okay. And then so that's just one real world reason why this bill doesn't work, but kind of conceptually I'm opposed to it as well. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forget there was a previous speaker that talked about the American dream in regards to universal income, stifling that American dream. Currently in our state, a minimum wage is $7.25. In my county of Douglas County, poverty wage for someone who is a single person with no children is $7.52. In order to live in my county, you need about $19 an hour to be able to survive and just have basic human rights in my county. That human rights being the ability to buy food, the ability to have safe and secure housing, and the ability to afford to work. Thank you. What basic universal income does is what people usually buy on basic universal income. For anyone who is not aware of it or haven't looked into it, one of the first places I did it was Stockton, California. The things that people paid for was they were able to pay for their housing. They were able to pay for Pampers and baby formula and stuff that just gave people the ability to live. Just because it's not for your community doesn't mean that we should stifle the ability to do research on it. Anyone in this room that receives military or veteran benefits from the VA, that is a universal basic income program that basically says that anyone who served for the country that hasn't had the ability, it didn't come out exactly the way that they came in, should have a floor for how far they can go. And so I feel like this bill is very insulting, but I think the way that you talk about people who need it is even more insulting. People, unless we're in this room and we're gonna raise the minimum wage and look into a living wage and look into the ways that people are not able to participate in the American dream, we should not stifle programs that allow us to have the ability to research it.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none. Representative Arkamp, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, some of the research done on these programs. You know, they do make the point that ultimately they do increase taxes, and it's quite a bit. And what happens when taxes are increased? It puts more of a burden on the people. As they have that increased burden, it puts more people into poverty. It's to me, this is more about the direction. We have a great country. What's the direction of our country? Do we want to move more towards socialism or more towards individual responsibility? Is charity the duty of the state, or is it the duty of the community, the charitable organizations? No, I think let's move towards a better direction, not towards socialism, towards what made this country great. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2101 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Arkamp to report House Bill 2101 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that House Bill 2291, appearing under the order of business general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You have heard the motion by Representative Croft. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. And what you've been waiting for, House Bill 2222, the purpose of carrying House Bill 2222, the chair recognizes Representative Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a real privilege to carry the most popular bill of the day, the last one above the line. House Bill 2222 comes to us from the Committee on Transportation, and there were no amendments in committee. The subject of the bill is the Ignition Interlock Device Program, and the bill requires ignition interlock device manufacturers to pay fees to the state for the administration of the Ignition Interlock Program. The bill amends the statute related to ignition interlock devices for use by persons whose driving privileges have been restricted to driving a vehicle equipped with such a device. And I've had some questions. If a person who is required to have one of these devices decides he or she is going to get into another car that doesn't have a device, they are violating the terms of their judgment and can be arrested and then face stiffer penalties in the courts, as I understand it. This bill adds a one-time fee of $10 for each ignition interlock device installed by the manufacturer and is remitted on a monthly basis. This also adds a $5 monthly fee for each device in use for those maintained by the manufacturer in Kansas. This bill also establishes the IID Fee Fund Program, which will be administered by the Superintendent of the Highway Patrol, and all monies received will be used for the purpose of funding the administration, oversight, and monitoring of the program. The proponents for this bill were the Kansas Highway Patrol, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, and the Kansas Peace Officers Association. There were no opponents and no neutrals, and a revised fiscal note shows that there will not be any fiscal effect in FY26. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Representative, would you stand for one question? I understand you're a member of the smallest caucus in this body.
The smallest what?
Caucus. Here, let me
Oh,
tell
I
you.
am, and you're also a member, aren't you?
That's correct. That's correct. What is the caucus?
It is a House Senatorial Caucus.
Yes. There are 3 members that served in the Senate that are now in the House. And this is the most that I can remember ever in the last 40 years. So we'll be meeting in the future and putting our own priorities together for you. But I wanted to just introduce everybody to that, to everyone.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Representative.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. I have no questions about the bill. I think you did a great job. And many of you know that I've been sick for the last several days, and I missed the budget proposal.
Oh.
I got all of these amendments. I'll just do it this way. Number 2, that's the speech, and you'll hear it later on. I urge you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am really glad that the manufacturers will be paying fees to the state, and that way we cannot accuse them of grand theft auto. And at the same time, I am positive. I was impressed by the story about the code and going into the apartments and inspecting them that the legislator made, and I am positive the Pope would not approve of that kind of behavior of human beings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other members wishing to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Francis.
Well, I just couldn't resist the opportunity to reply to the former representative. She served for a long time as the ranking member on transportation. I just want everybody to know that I think this is a great program. And you know, I know many of you accuse transportation of only being a shell factory, but this bill really does not fall into that deal. So with a large amount of chutzpah, I want to encourage all of you to support this bill.
Other members wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Goddard, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to remind the chairman of the Transportation Committee that the former senators are taking over the committee since we're all 3 on it. I have just one comment I'd like to make before closing. I had the question about how effective are these ignition interlock devices? And in 2024, it's reported that for people who, since they're a breathalyzer device, people between 0.03 and 0.079 were prevented from starting their cars 67,212 times. For those who blew 0.08 or higher, the interlock device prevented a start 8,373 times. To me, that is a very effective program, keeping people who shouldn't be on the road and the streets off the roads and the streets. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the body, or the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2222 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Goddard to report HB 2222 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
Heard the motion, rise and report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that House Bills 2228, 2195, 2222 be passed. House Bills 2052, 2304, 2134, 2347, 2192, 2240, 2284, 2338, 2245, 2359, 2099, 2101, HCR 5008 be passed as amended. HCR 5006, SCR 1602, HB 2299, 2291, 2313 be passed over and retained to place on the calendar. HB 2104 be referred back to Committee on Federal and State Affairs.
The speaker recognizes Representative Rogers to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it and the committee report is adopted. We will stand by for just a few seconds. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and House Bill 2254, substitute House Bill 2060, House Bill 2238, House Bill 2271, House Bill 2052, HCR 5008, House Bill 2304, House Bill 2134, House Bill 2228, House Bill 2347, House Bill 2192, House Bill 2195, House Bill 2240, House Bill 2284, House Bill 2338, House Bill 2245, House Bill 2359, House Bill 2099, House Bill 2101, and House Bill 2222 be advanced to that order of business, final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. You tracking? That's good.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HB 2254 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning agriculture, relating to financial accounts used to hold and disperse milk producer funds, defining milk producer to include any cooperative association that sells or markets milk on behalf of members, requiring milk processors to hold payments in trust for milk producers until full payment is received, with funds in escrow considered held in trust, allowing milk producers to require escrow accounts for payments, with specific conditions for deposits and account management, specifying that funds in trust or escrow are the property of the milk producer, exempting milk processors from escrow or trust requirements if certain conditions are not met, prohibiting milk processors from purchasing raw milk without compliance with federal milk marketing orders and agreed provisions, holding milk processors liable for unpaid raw milk, including purchase price, interest, and attorney fees.
Wow, that was quite the title. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2254. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The roll is still open. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2254, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Sub HB 2060 by Committee on Legislative Modernization, an act concerning cybersecurity relating to the judicial branch, replacing references to judicial agencies with references to the Office of Judicial Administration.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2060. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2060, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2238 by Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning legislative staff agencies relating to duties and functions of the Legislative Branch Research Department and Legislative Administrative Services, directing Legislative Administrative Services to be responsible for the preparation of committee minutes.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2238. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2238, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2271 by Committee on Legislative Modernization, an act concerning cybersecurity, removing the expiration provisions of cybersecurity legislation, consolidating cybersecurity services under the Chief Information Security Officer of each branch.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2271. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2271, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2052 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning firearms, relating to the possession thereof, updating cross-references in the Personal and Family Protection Act regarding the eligibility requirements to obtain a license to carry a concealed handgun, requiring a license be surrendered to the Attorney General upon suspension or revocation of such license, providing for a transition from a provisional license to a standard license, prohibiting the collection of personal information of an off-duty law enforcement officer entering buildings while armed, or requiring such officer to wear any item identifying such person as a law enforcement officer or being armed.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2052. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carr votes no. Representative O'Habasam votes no. Representative Amix votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 108 having voted in favor and 15 against the passage of House Bill 2052, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HCR 5008 by Committee on Judiciary, a proposition to amend Article 2 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas by adding a new section thereto, providing legislative oversight of rules and regulations adopted by executive branch agencies and officials.
This constitutes final action on HCR 5008. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Simmons votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 86 having voted in favor and 37 against the passage of HCR 5008, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2304 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning economic development, relating to government transparency, requiring local governments to report certain local economic development incentive program information to the Secretary of Commerce, defining such programs, requiring the Secretary of Commerce to post such information on the Economic Development Incentive Program database maintained by the Secretary, requiring certain search result presentation formats, a comprehensive report, and a summary report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2304. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carlin votes aye. Representative Ballard votes no. Representative O'Habasam votes no. Representative Carr votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 97 having voted in favor and 26 against the passage of House Bill 2304, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2134 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Open Records Act, limiting certain charges for copies of records by the state executive branch and other public agencies, excluding the legislative and judicial branch of state government.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2134. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2134, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2228 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Secretary of Corrections relating to the release of offenders, requiring the Secretary to assist inmates with obtaining identification and employment-related documentation prior to release from custody.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2228. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2228, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2347 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to theft, changing the culpability required for certain types of theft.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2347. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2347, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2192 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to crimes against persons, limiting or prohibiting work release for an offender convicted of a second or third offense of domestic battery, requiring an offender convicted of a first offense to undergo a domestic violence offender assessment.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2192. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2192, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2195 by Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning technical colleges, establishing the Kansas Technical College Operating Grant Fund administered by the State Board of Regents.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2195. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2195, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2240 by Committee on Welfare Reform, an act concerning public assistance relating to medical assistance, requiring approval of an act of the legislature prior to any state agency seeking or implementing a Medicaid state plan amendment, the state demonstration or waiver under Section 1115 or 1915 of the Federal Social Security Act that expands coverage or increases costs to the state or changes funding structures and services for persons with intellectual disabilities, delegating approval of such plans and changes to the Legislative Coordinating Council when the legislature is not in session.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2240. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 89 having voted in favor and 34 against the passage of House Bill 2240, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2284 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning the Department of Administration relating to the procurement of managed care organizations for the Kansas Program of Medical Assistance, requiring adoption of policies.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2284. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2284, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2313 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning state-issued devices. We had an issue, sorry. Okay, HB 2338 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning the practice of cosmetology relating to demonstration permits, authorizing the Kansas State Board of Cosmetology to issue temporary location permits and temporary guest body artist permits, establishing criteria to issue such permits.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2338. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carmichael votes no. Any further changes? Representative Sywert votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 121 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2338, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2245 by Committee on Insurance, an act concerning the Commissioner of Insurance relating to the division of the State Employee Health Benefits Plan, transferring officers, employees, powers, duties, and functions relating to the State Health Care Benefits Program and the State Workers' Compensation Self-Insurance Fund from the division of the State Employee Health Benefits Plan of the Department of Administration to the Insurance Department, establishing the Commissioner of Insurance as the chairperson of the Kansas State Employee Health Care Commission, providing that all management functions of such commission shall be administered by the Commissioner of Insurance, eliminating a pilot program regarding employer contributions for certain children.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2245. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Schlingensiepen votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 39 against the passage of House Bill 2245, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2359 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning guardians and conservators, enacting the Uniform Adult Guardianship and Protective Proceedings Jurisdiction Act and the Uniform Guardianship, Conservatorship, and the Other Protective Arrangements Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2359. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, no. Representative Hoy votes no. Any other changes? Seeing none. With 89 having voted in favor and 34 against the passage of House Bill 2359, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2099 by Committee on Local Government, an act concerning private rental housing, authorizing the City of Topeka to conduct code inspections when the property owner receives direct public financial assistance from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2099. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 111 voting in favor and 12 against the passage of House Bill 2099, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2101 by Committee on Welfare Reform, an act concerning public assistance, prohibiting cities and counties from adopting or implementing a guaranteed income program, rendering prior adopted programs null and void, defining guaranteed income program.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2101. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Roser votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 86 having voted in favor and 37 against the passage of House Bill 2101, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action. The clerk will read.
HB 2222 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning driving related to ignition interlock devices, requiring manufacturers of such devices to pay fees to the Highway Patrol for the administration of the Ignition Interlock Program, creating the IID Fee Program Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill Quadruple 2. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Members will be in their seats. Seeing 10 hands, nope. Seeing 10 hands calls an order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Barth, Croft, Miller, Stogsdale, Woodard.
Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Representative Miller votes aye. Representative Woodard votes aye. Representative Croft votes aye. Calls raised. All right, any further changes? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill Quadruple 2, the same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The body will stand at ease. House Bill 2054 is withdrawn from the Committee on Calendar and Printing and referred to the Committee on Elections. House Bill 2299 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Education. House Bill 2291 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2313 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2057 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Elections. House Bill 2107 is withdrawn from calendar and printing and referred to the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 2149 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. House Bill 2056 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Elections. House Bill 2152 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions. House Bill 2329 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. House Bill 2111 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Calendar and Printing. Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader to adopt the Calendar and Printing Report. Never mind, delay my last. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Your Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on request for resolutions and certificates a request by Representative Butler, Francis, Bourgeon, Rajas, Resman, Haskins, Hill, O'Hobson, Poskin, Beeler, be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and order drafting of said resolutions on motion of Representative Croft, the committee.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft to adopt the Calendar and Printing Report.
I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries and it's approved. It's passed. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 23, 27, 29, 44, sub 45, and 52. Senate Bill 23 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance. SB 27 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance. Substitute for Senate Bill 29 by Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning public health. Senate Bill 44 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education. Substitute for Senate Bill 45 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 52 by Committee on Commerce, an act concerning economic development. Announcing adoption of SCR 1613. 1613 by Senators Masterson, Blasey, and Sykes. A concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2025 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on February 20, 2025, and shall reconvene on February 25th, 2025. And be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of the Senate and employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose shall attend to their duties each day during periods of adjournment. Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the Governor and conducting such other business as may be required. And be it further resolved, except as otherwise provided, that members of the Legislature shall not receive subsistence allowances provided for in KSA 46-137A, B, and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the Legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays excepted. And be it further resolved that members of the Legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature, when authorized pursuant to law or authorized by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives and members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment shall receive travel expenses and subsistence allowances as provided by law.
On SCR 1613, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, move adoption of SCR 1613.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Humphries.
Judiciary levers, we will not have a meeting on Tuesday.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, Speaker, whatever your name is. It is ending day, and here I just want to wish happy birthday to the representative from Coffeyville. Don't mind me saying you're 65 today. Happy birthday.
It is Mr. Speaker when I'm in the chair. Representative or Speaker Hawkins. The Speaker recognizes Speaker Hawkins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have made it to turnaround, and this year has been a different year. We had a totally different calendar. Actually, people say it was a shortened time. I feel like we've been here for 2 months already instead of 6 weeks. I would imagine you all feel the same way. But we've done a lot of work. Sometimes whenever you have just a little bit shortened time, you do a lot more work in an expedited way. And I think every one of you are to be commended for your work. And I want to thank you all for the last 6 weeks of really staying focused on what we do here and getting the work done. You're all to be commended for that. Give yourselves a round of applause. I want to thank our minority leader for being very good at working with me. We've met many times during this first 6 weeks. We'll meet a whole lot more in the days to come, but thank you very much for your work, sir. Yeah. Now we get to come back and do it again. So we get to go home, take a little breather, enjoy 4 days with your family, because I know you haven't been with them very much for the last 6 weeks. Enjoy that time. We'll come back, and the next section is very short. We really only have 3.5 weeks to get work done before first adjournment. So we really got a lot of work to do. I know you're up to it, and I look forward to seeing you all back safe and sound next Tuesday. Enjoy the weekend.
The Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ditto to your comments, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda on Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. in 152 South. Enjoy the long weekend. We'll see you all next week. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Energy, we had a meeting scheduled for 9 a.m. on Tuesday. I am going to cancel that. We will follow up on Thursday. So I figured since that was early morning on Tuesday, see you then.
Seeing no further announcements. Nope. Maybe. Oh, yep. Representative Lewis.
Corrections and Juvenile Justice will not be meeting on Tuesday.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Veterans Committee will not meet Tuesday. We will not meet on Tuesday, but we will meet Thursday. We have a speaker coming in. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Republicans, we will calendar on Tuesday, February 25th at 8:30 a.m. in the old Supreme Court. I was going to have a calendar and printing committee meeting on Tuesday morning, but since everybody else is canceling, I'll go ahead and cancel that too. For those that know, well, anyways, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Tuesday, February 25th at 11 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We are adjourned.